Hold on, I need to find something to put that light on. See if that works. That's not likely to work. Okay, maybe yes, maybe no. As my friend Ismo might say. Oh, okay, I'm gonna go with maybe no for now. But it'll have to do. Let's have a look. There's the button. That's there, then the buttons. There we go. That's not high enough. It's going to take a moment to adjust, folks. I do apologise. I was just making a couple of cups of coffee. And with it being so cold outside, it took longer than I expected. I apologise. Let me adjust the brightness my end so that I see something more approximating what you see, and I will what will I do then? I'm not sure what I will do. Let me look down the list. There's Farmer Fabrizio. Hello everyone, everybody, everywhere, says Fabrizio. Hello Delta Birthday Force Mike. The birthday was yesterday, my friend. That energy has run out by now. Happy birthday, Mike. Seems the birthday trees might go on for the month. It feels that way. Delta, plug it into the EcoFlow. Okay, let me discuss the EcoFlow. I had a major fuck up and major trauma yesterday. I didn't mention it in Scruff Dog stream. I fell asleep yesterday evening about 5 o'clock, and I woke up 11:30 my time. So I missed the entirety of Big Clive. The entirety. I could have joined for the last 2 minutes, but who's going to do that? So I jumped in on Scruff Dogs, and what I didn't tell anybody was my battery, the EcoFlow, was down to 13%. 13, not 30, 13%. My phone was on 20% and the tablet was on 30%. We basically were running on vapors all fucking night long. I had, you see this power bank? It's shit. I'd had it in the sun all day. It had all 4 lights lit. There are 4 lights. As soon as I plugged the tablet in, it switches to 1 light and it's flashing. Suddenly there's no fucking power. It went from, yeah, yeehaw, I'm fully powered. And as soon as I plugged something in, it went, oh, I'm about to run out. It lasted about 30 seconds and was gone. That's how shit that is. There is no weight here. If I was to tie that to a piece of string, it might fucking float away or blow away in a breeze. It's shit. I have one other power bank, and it won't plug in. It won't take power from USB. The fucking USB port went snap one day and was fucked. But it has, like this, it has a solar panel thing on it. I've had that out in the sun all day, but that did better yesterday. That stuck with me for about an hour while I was trying to charge devices and keep them going. But I plugged the phone into it on 19% and it never climbed. I'd tell a slight lie. It climbed to 20 and eventually to 21% at one point. Basically, it put in what the phone used over like a 2-hour period. It let me stay kind of parity. It let me use the device without draining for a few hours. And in the end, both the tablet and the phone, I switched to... So under battery saver, there's an extreme battery saver mode. And you can't click it. You have to turn battery saver off. You enable extreme battery saver and you think you've done the job. No, you've not. You got to turn extreme so you have to turn normal battery saver off, turn extreme battery saver on, and it only takes effect when you turn normal battery saver back on. Limits what apps can run. It turns off various things. I turned off mobile broadband, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth. I loaded the device with some Christmas songs, and I set them going using Total Commander, so I was just listening to things audio with the screen off. The screen uses all the power, folks. So with 20% power, I'm on one device and something like 15 on the other. I managed to keep going until about 8 in the morning, roughly when roughly sunrise. I had to wait another hour and a half until we had some usable sun. And the EcoFlow was my biggest fucking bastard problem, if you'll pardon the fucking expletives. The EcoFlow turned itself off on 10%. And I don't just mean it turned off and I turned it on and I could use that 10%. No, it turned itself fucking off. It deprived me of that power all night. In the morning, as soon as it got daylight outside, with no power coming in, just the fact that daylight was there, it said, oh, here's your 10%. So I plugged in. And that 10% disappeared within half an hour. How much power did it add to my phone in that half hour? 1 fucking percent. 1. Count them. 0, 1. The EcoFlow stores 250 watt hours. 7 percentage points on that normally will charge my phone from 0 to full. It took 10% and added 1% to my fucking phone. Something's miscalibrated at the bottom end there. Just the fact that it turned off on 10% was fucking bad enough. What was that about? It's not supposed to do that. I am the greatest proponent of EcoFlow and these solar power stations as a thing. If you've been here a while, you'll know this. But fuck shit. That annoyed. When you get down the bottom end, they become a little bit unreliable. I've had them do the same thing on 30%, 20%, 10% and 5%. You set this limit and it ignores it, and anywhere down that bottom end it will just fucking turn off and ignore whatever your settings are. And sometimes you can turn it back on manually by pressing the button, and other times no, it's off and you're in the fucking shit. Now they'll say update the firmware. If you've ever hung about on an EcoFlow support forum, everybody tells you. Now, I'm a computer guy. Any firmware update for your motherboard, for your drivers, for your this, that, update. Keep everything on the latest. EcoFlow, don't touch that shit. I made that mistake as soon as I got my EcoFlow. I went for the latest fucking firmware. It went bad. It bricked the device. Do you know what support said? Send it back to China. I'm a tramp in a fucking field. How do I send shit back to China? My dog's disabled. I can't trudge 3 kilometers that way to the fucking post office. And then when I get there, what? Tie my dog up outside? And then pay God knows how much to send shit back to China. So I swore at the bloke a little while and said, fuck you. And 2 days later, they reset the firmware to 0.0.1. And then it downloaded the latest version and it worked. But I had a hell of a fucking argument getting there. Do not update your EcoFlow firmware unless you really, really have to. Hardware, brilliant. Firmware, shocking. Tech support, even more fucking shocking. Be warned. Thumbs up, folks. I will do the intro in a moment. You are watching the channel Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike. It's a character I play online. It's not really a character, it's just a pseudonym. Based on my initials, using the NATO phonetic alphabet. DM equals Delta Mike. I'm not really Mike, I'm not called Delta, nobody's called Delta, except one stupid singer in America. Delta Mike, that's me. Down and out. Homeless. A tramp. A hobo. A vagrant. An indigent person. A person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Others might say someone who sleeps rough. Someone who sleeps on the streets. Or in my case, here. In a fucking field. For the first 5 months I didn't have a tent. I was literally in fields. 2 months in one field, 3 months in this field. Then I built a shelter out of 6 broom handles and an already broken tarpaulin. Things have developed. 2 ladies helped me buy a phone, and I got online and developed a little bit of a following. Currently there's about 1,600, 1,663, something like that. It's been stagnant about there for about 4 months. If you could tell anybody about me and bring me some extra supporters, if you do have any kind of following, it'd be appreciated. As would hitting the like button or the thumbs up, however you want to call it, name it. Don't subscribe. Do not. Not until you've seen 3, 4, maybe 5 of my videos. I'm quite outspoken. I'm not for everybody. You might disagree with my politics, for instance. You might disagree with my choice of words. For example, I have said the N-word on here. I have. And I probably will continue to do so. Not at anybody. I'm not calling anybody. I'm not really being racist. It's a battle about free speech. It's about the ability to say words that people tell you can't say. Do not police my fucking speech. Don't do it. I've only ever banned, I think it's 5 or 6 people on this channel. Usually people who come on and in their first visit make not I mean, you're welcome to make derogatory comments. You're welcome to argue with me. But if you're attacking me personally, if you come here and go, poo, I can smell you through the screen, then you're gone. 5, maybe 6 people in, how long have I been here, folks, online? 2 years? Maybe 2.5? I'm not sure, I'll lose track. But I reserve the right, if someone's just outright fucking malicious, then they're gone. Your history. I don't even block you. I send you to the shadow realm. YouTube lets you carry on posting and you see your comments. And then you wonder why no one's responding to them. Well, that's because nobody else other than you is seeing them. You sit there 6 months wondering why you're getting no reactions, no love hearts and no thumbs ups, not from anybody. It's a shadow realm. Okay, that was the intro. That part of the intro. That's the channel. Oh, I didn't say, okay. Delta Mike, that's me. Down and out. That's all that other stuff. The tramp, hobo, blah, blah, blah. In Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain, on the Costa Blanca south. On the Mediterranean coast, just down the southwest, a little bit north of Murcia, the region. I'm in the Alicante region, which is part of the Valencia Comunidad, the Valencia community, which is made of 3 regions. But you don't need to know all the details. I'm an Englishman trapped in Spain by circumstance, which is why I appreciate the thumbs up and everything, folks. My bank decided that I'm not me, and therefore the money, thousands of pounds, not many thousands, but enough to live on for kind of 3 or 6 months, somewhere in that. My bank decided I'm not me, and told me the only way to prove that I'm me is to walk into my branch in the UK. Well, I'm in fucking Spain. A little bit of legal trouble means they arrest me when I turn up at an airport. So getting back to the UK, apart from the cost, and I've got a disabled dog. Dogs cost about €500 to get out of the country. 6 or 7 if you include vet's bills and buying a doggy crate and all the rest of it. It's not cheap. So, got to clear the legal trouble, got to get my dog free and clear and get the equipment and everything, pay for the doggy. I mean, it's going to cost like 30 or 50 euros for me to get out of the country. But getting everything else sorted, it's going to be more. orders of magnitude more. It's not going to be easy. But that's my bank. They decided I'm not me and then asked me to prove that I am me by walking into a branch that I can't get into. That's the long and... If you want further details, TrampCast, just like this. This is a TrampCast Hangout. We're at TrampCast. The word tramp and the word cast as in broadcast. TrampCast, portmanteaued together, all one word. Space, and then the digits 001. My first ever live stream. Explains the full story in far more detail than I can go into here. Go do that, if you're new here. Okay folks, thumbs ups are always welcome. So, there was Farmer with happy birthdays. Farmer, plug in the EcoFlow battery. Let me check my power. I'm down to 62, which is a lot better than I was yesterday. I will at some point fetch the EcoFlow over. Currently it's plugged into the Christmas tree, which is turned off, but that's No, I wasn't sleeping, Neil. I wasn't sleeping. I was making coffee, which, because it's cold outside, took... I was running late anyway, I think. But then making the coffee put me even later. I've got 2 cups of coffee. I think I've only got about 6 or 7 cans of beer. I do have a little bit of... if you were here the other night when I was doing the caramel vodka, I've got about 1/4 of a bottle of caramel vodka and I've got a half bottle of vodka. And I have been kind of mixing the two a little bit. 2 capfuls of vodka and then a 6 count of caramel vodka. So it tastes just as caramelly as when it's just on its own. Oh. Breathing in over the top of the vodka to get the burn at the back of the throat. Oh, that's nice. That is very nice. Why is the wobble? I think that's just I didn't have the phone level. My friend Fabrizio reminds you: pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, touch, crash, kick, click the like button. He says unsubscribe. I say, and consider subscribing once you've watched 5 or 6 of my videos. Some of you will run away, give me a thumbs down and tell me to fuck off because you disagree with my politics. Apart from being an Arthur Scargill supporter, about as far left as you can get within mainstream politics, I am also a Nazi. Apparently, according to some people on the interwebs. I don't know how that works. I think anybody to the right of Stalin is a Nazi, obviously. Was just thinking of Sweet Caroline and changed it to Diamond. Sweet Caroline, Neil Diamond. What a beautiful noise. That was what is that? What's that sound? What's that sound called? What's that song called? One of his children said to him, "What a beautiful noise," and instead of saying like "What a beautiful sound" or "What beautiful music," he took that and turned it into a song. I do like, and I like. He's considered a little bit middle of the road for a lot of people nowadays, but I like a lot of people from that era. Neil Diamond, Neil Sedaka, Gene Pitney, Carole King. Carole King, one of the best, one of the greatest, one of the... I'm going to put her alongside Karen Carpenter. Crispest, sharpest voices ever. Right up there with Elvis. You want a sound that's crystal clear and just bang on the notes. There are a few from back then. I'd put Roy Orbison in there as well. Elvis said that Roy Orbison was the best voice ever at one point. There are so many from that era. You don't get that now. A lot of people have got that croaky sound. It seems nowadays you have to have a distinctive voice rather than a good voice. If people can hear it and know it's you, for whatever reason, that seems to build your brand better than actually having a crisp, clear, fantastic voice. Here endeth that particular rant. Are you okay over there, darling? I don't seem to have much light. Hey, what's going on? Did you eat your food? Did you drink your water? I'm going to get the dog on the bed in a minute. Oh, give me a second. I've been holding this for about 10 minutes and that was the first swig of it that I've taken. Let me go back to chat and see what I missed while ranting. Neil is all good. Neil that I called Nell a couple of weeks ago because my eyesight was so bad I couldn't differentiate the... It's wobbling. I haven't watched Friday's back yet. Did I miss the turning on of the Christmas tree, says Anthony. It's in a short that I released a couple of hours ago. I might put it on momentarily. I had to move it. It was on top of the fridge freezer and the wind was quite strong and blowing the side of the tent in, kept knocking it over. Let me see. I got a bit of a weird Bluetooth thing going on where only one device can connect at a time. So if the last thing to connect was the phone, it won't let the tablet connect. Let me see if I can do this. If I can turn it on, not sure if I can. Oh yeah, it looks like I can. Let me do this. It's just stood on the chair though and it's probably leaning over. I haven't... Where are we? It's the plug socket. Okay, yeah, it's leaning over a little bit. Bear with me, because there's a Tina over in the same direction you might see. Hold on. Like I said, it's leaning over. I put it on the chair. It kept falling over from. You see the fridge box in front of that white thing hanging from the ceiling. There's the fridge freezer, but there's the tree leaning over a little bit on the floor just over there. I might have to put the light on. She doesn't like it, so bear with me if she's over there. Look, there she. Tina, hey babe, talk to the people. It's Uncle Anthony. Tina, Uncle Anthony. He's on the phone. Uncle Anthony. He's not bringing us breakfast today. Not for a little while. Hey, but there she is, folks, and there's the tree just above. Let me turn the light back off. There we go. But there, you get the idea. I've had to move it because of the wind, which seems to have died down a bit since then, but I'll put the light back on me. At some point soon, let me have a look. 63%. At some point in the next couple of hours, I'll have to bring the EcoFlow over here and unplug the Christmas tree. But Anthony, that was the Christmas tree. There, like I said, there's a short from earlier where I turned it on. That's my friend Anthony that brings me a breakfast 2 or 3 times a week when he's over here. And usually on the first visit, he'll bring me a 12-pack of beer. He sits there drinking a can of orange, but he brings me a 12-pack of cold beer. And encourages me to dive in because historically I couldn't waste cold beer. Had to be drunk while it was cold because I didn't have any way of keeping it cool. But now I've got a fridge freezer, a camping fridge freezer. That's my friend Anthony. And I think he said the other day he's going to be back out here for Christmas. I'm not sure before, after, during, I don't know. I think I did ask last time, but I don't think I saw an answer. But I haven't watched it back to see whether I missed anything. What's extreme battery saver? Okay, if you scroll down from the top on an Android phone, you'll see a battery symbol. You turn that on and you're in battery saver mode. It slows the processor down to 75%, it darkens the screen, it turns off various features. But the last option right underneath has a name. Let me see what it's actually called. I call it extreme battery saver, but that's just me talking out my ass. That's just me labeling things my way. Give me a second. Here's the battery symbol. Okay, so I don't know whether, is this reversed for you, the writing? It probably is. You see all these, things that turned on? Yeah, it is reversed, I'm sorry folks. But you see that bottom option that's greyed out? It says is that the bottom one? Or do I have to scroll to get another one? Oh, it says limit apps and home screen. That's the one. It allows, I think it allows 6 apps to run at once, and everything else is turned off. Those are the only things you can run. But to enable that bottom, you can't just turn that, you see it's greyed out. You can't just enable that. To enable it, you have to turn off battery saver. So you turn off battery saver, like I just did. Top one's now turned off. Okay? Now you can turn on the bottom one. Let me show you. Bottom one here that's greyed out, you can activate, turn on. Nothing changes. It does nothing until you turn the top one back on. Now if I get rid of this, here's the home screen now. All the apps and everything is gone except for these. Oh, it's 10 apps at the bottom. 5 it picks, and then 5 you can select, and it only allows those to run. And you can turn all the other stuff off, Bluetooth, Wi-Fi, mobile data, and it only uses 2 or 3 percentage points per hour with everything turned off. So what I do is I use the oh, it's gone off. I use the file manager. Total Commander is my preferred file manager. I use that to set some music playing, and then I turn the screen off, because the screen is by far the biggest user of power. If you can set some music playing and turn the screen off with the music still playing, then you're golden. You can have entertainment of a sort without draining much in the way of battery. So that's your extreme power saving mode. Let me undo all of that shit. What have I done? Let's go back in. So that's all under that battery, the power management setting. I got to turn that off. Whoa. Okay, everything came back. I got to go back into that battery setting thing. I got to go back into there and turn that on. No, hold on. I got to do this in the right order. The battery thing, you have to turn off. Then you have to turn off the limit apps and home screen. And then I always have battery saving mode turned on. Something went wrong. What the fuck did I do wrong this time? The fuck? The bottom one, okay, the bottom one turned back on. I didn't want it on. No. Turn the bottom one off, turn the top one on. There we go. That's back to my normal. Should be. Yeah. Now I got my normal screen, my normal home screen with all my options going. It's a bit of a palaver. But if you find yourself suddenly 10 o'clock at night with only 20% on your phone, and you're trying to get through basically to 9 or 10 in the morning when the sun finally fucking comes up over the horizon, you got to get by. I can't sleep with nothing. I need either video or audio. I've become a little bit dependent on background noise. When it all clicks off and runs out of power and gives a bit of a beep, it fucking wakes me up. 3, 4, 5 in the morning when the tablet ran out of power, and now all that was left was the phone. Bearing in mind that phone was my hotspot for the tablet to pick up data and play YouTube. So yeah, it blows up all your devices so nothing's connected and nothing is drawing power. Basically, you turn everything off, it slows the processor down, it dims the screen, and it limits which apps will even run in the background. Taco Bell, I've never had Taco Bell. Did I miss the light switch on? You did, Karen, probably. Let me... I've had to move it it kept falling over. So it's laying, it's on my chair, and it is on top of a pile of things again. The chair was only clear for about a day and a half, and I had to move the tree was on top of that thing there, next to the, you know, the clothes hanger thing that you gave me that hangs from the ceiling, that white thing. Bottom left, that's the fridge freezer, the camping fridge freezer. The tree was on there, but the wind was really strong and bulging the walls in. It kept knocking the tree over, so I had to put it on the chair. But it's on a bit of a it's on a bit of a slant. But there's a short. There's a 2-minute video or a minute and a half video of me turning it on. But there's the light switch on. Let me. What have I got? I've got half a can of beer. I've got 2 coffees. Do I have any? I've got a. To make the vodka, the caramel vodka last, I've been putting the vodka, the caramel vodka, a 4 count or a 6 count of pouring into the glass, and then 2 capfuls of actual vodka from a separate bottle. It's just as nice. It's like you can't water down the caramel, it's still there. It's fantastic. So thank you for that, Karen. You did miss the, there's Marie, hello Marie. I tuned in for your birthday last night and you seemed angry. You still seem angry tonight. I don't know about angry. A little bit frustrated with my power management. Oh no, I wasn't on last night. You mean Friday? Last night I was angry, not angry, I was... Oh, I'm not angry. I swear a lot, but that's just me. Buonasera, bellissima, Karen. Buonasera, bellissima is beautiful. Buonasera is good. How are we going to do it? It's like good evening or something like that, isn't it? Good evening, beautiful Karen. I think that is from Fabrizio. Welcome, Marie. Yeah. There's Karen saying hello to Fabrizio. Terry, hello, mate. Tina and Mike. I'm not angry. I just swear a lot sometimes. Farmer says subscribe and then watch 3 videos. Either way, there's Josie arriving. Okay, what? I'm about 10 minutes behind, yeah? Okay. There's Josie. Hi, old man. Can see that you're a year older. Yeah, it's obvious. You can see the difference immediately. We got Angry Mike tonight. I don't think... Do I look angry? Sorry. I'm sorry if I appear angry. I'm not really. A little bit frustrated. My power management all day. So, I ran out of power last night. And today, according to the weather forecast, today was going to have no sun. It was solid cloud cover all day according to the forecast. And the maximum we saw with power coming was like 30 or 40 watts. So all day has been a struggle just to get enough power to maybe get through tonight. Maybe. It's probably going to be tight again. I haven't turned the freezer, I haven't turned the fridge box on once. It's had no power at all. Tina girl. Hey babe, hold on, if I get in, sorry folks, a bit of dog management needed. I'm going to get into bed, I'm under, and I've got to roll the covers back from this side, all of them, 4 layers. I've got to roll these back. Oh, hey babe, hop up, come on. Here you come, here you come. This way, this way, this way, this way, all the way with daddy. Hey, I got you. I stole a kiss from my little miss. No. Stay this way, darling. Stay this way. I like it when you're with daddy and you cuddle and kiss. Okay, it's too fold. It is too fine. Where's the other? I only get 1 layer. Where's the other layer gone? Okay, it's under me. I got you. We're okay. No. You've got to stay this way, too. No head under, not yet. Let me get the other covers sorted first, sweetheart. There's one. There's the 1 quilt over the top. 2nd quilt over the top. Oh, hold on. And then the blanket thing that turned upside down the other day. I got you. Hey, here we go. Now do you want to go under? You going under now? You going underground? She is. She's going underground, folks. Somebody play the jam in the background. She's going underground. Head under the covers for maximum warmth. Oh, I better turn the electric off again to the Christmas tree. I'll explain why in a moment. 9939. Oh, I just read out my fucking passcode to the world. That wasn't a good move. I'll have to change that tomorrow now. 66%, and the Christmas tree goes off. Okay. I'm here, folks. I'm back. Sorry. Dog and Christmas tree needed my attention. Oh. It's not too cold tonight. Last night wasn't too bad either. The night before was a bit freezy. Okay, where are we? We're 36 minutes in. I've not really got much in the way of drink. I've got a little bit of 2 coffees, so I guess that's the next move. Hot coffees. Let me scroll and see who else said what. I don't know why that's unstable. I don't detect anything. Okay, you're asking what the TW26 behind Karen's name is. Yeah, this is so everybody has, your YouTube account has 2 names. A long form name and then a short handle, as they call it. And YouTube have just switched from using one of these, like the human readable name with spaces and things, and YouTube has just switched to using this hidden handle as the chat name, and it's causing a lot of people a lot of trouble. Sometimes the numbers are random, sometimes they're what people have put in themselves based on date of birth or birthday numbers, but it's so Farmer used to be just Farmer, and now it's Farmer 87, for example, because other people must have been Farmer. Oh, Mike, segue into jovial Mike. Segue, to take a segue, yeah, okay. Move aside into fun Mike, jovial Mike, maybe. I think I was. I don't know why everyone thinks I don't know why everybody thinks I'm angry. I just have that look sometimes. You talking to me? What you talking about, Willis? That was from the Drummond household, if I remember correctly. None of them did very well after that, did they? The girl went off into prostitution, the bloke, the eldest brother went to jail, and the little dwarf kid had a bit of a career. He died young. What you talking about, Willis? Yeah, none of those did well. You can't be faulted for saying what you think. There's nothing wrong with having an opinion and not being fake for the camera. Mashtag. Yeah, sometimes you have to be a little bit polite and a little bit politic. Sometimes you have to walk a line to not appear. There's ways and means, and sometimes I'm a Yorkshireman, so I'm a little bit blunt, a little bit straight on. I don't mince my words at times, and sometimes it would be better to be a little bit more careful about what you say, when and where you say it. It's just not my way. I'm certainly not going to say the opposite of what I think just to appear more balanced. Fuck that shit. No. Like I said, I am left of centre. I believe very much in the NHS, in what nowadays would be called public schools. So the school system funded by government. In Britain, public schools historically were a different thing. They were private schools. They were called public schools because they weren't run by government or churches. They were funded by subscription from the people that sent their kids there. So they were paid for by rich members of the public. This was why public schools was always a kind of considered a misnomer by certainly foreigners who didn't understand. Our private schools are called public schools because although they're privately funded, they're funded by members of the public. That's a difficult one. Where was I? I believe in public schools. I believe in the NHS. I believe in a welfare state. I believe in an unemployment, a dole, so-called dole. I think Dole was a politician in America who proposed such a system, and so therefore Dole is named after him. We have the dole in Britain, or at least we used to call it that, not so much anymore. But the welfare state, I believe it. I am very much left of centre. But I'm a Nazi. I'm a far-right Nazi nowadays, apparently. So yeah, there you go. Fuck it. If that's what you want to call me, I'll say it. Yeah, you want to call me racist? Fuck it. It doesn't bother me. Call me racist. When I was a kid, we had a packy shop around the corner. So I lived on a road called Barnsley Road in a place called Darfield. And North Street, if you went left out my garden and you turned left again on the first junction, that was North Street. And at the top of North Street was a packy shop. And they revolutionised commerce in the UK. Shops used to close at 5 o'clock every day, except Wednesday, when they closed at 12 o'clock, half-day closing, 12 o'clock or 1 o'clock. And it was run by Southeast Asians, and we all called it a packy shop, because we were ignorant and stupid. But the Pakistanis, so closed all day Sunday, closed half day Wednesday. That was the law, actually, except in seaside towns, I believe. We had a chinky down the road. You had to go over the road, turn left and jink a little bit and go left. The Chinese takeaway was open most nights when the fish and chip shop wasn't. The fish and chip shop was only open until 5 or 6 o'clock and only certain days of the week. Chinky was open every night. We had these words, packy, chinky, whatever. No harm was intended by them. I mean, if you were angry at someone, you might throw those words out. I won't deny that. People did call people packy if something went wrong. But mainly it was ignorance on our part. You see, don't call them a packy, call them a pack. Don't call them Afghani, call them Afghan. Whatever. The Istan means land of. Afghanistan, land of the Afghans. Pakistan, land of the Afghan. Pakistan, land of the Paks. Some of them will call themselves that, and you do get cricket supporting sites about the Pak. I helped one particular website that was called something like Team Pak or Pak Team or something like that. So that's not. Now that is actually, it's a little bit controversial even amongst themselves. The other countries with the Istan on the end, land of the Afghans. They are Afghans. It is a tight-knit. They are one tribe. The Paks aren't really one tribe. Britain drew lines on a map and decided you are this, and they'll argue amongst themselves. And I'm this tribe and you're that tribe, and no, we're not all the same. That's not my problem. That's their problem. Am I racist? Am I far right? I don't believe so. But if someone calls me nowadays, I just say, fuck it, so what? Water off a duck's back. I really do not fucking care anymore. I'm becoming a little bit radicalized in the sense that I won't be told what fucking words I can and can't use. And how fucking very dare you try and tell me what I can and can't say. Disagree with it all you fucking want. I'm not telling you what you can and can't say. If you try changing my language, oh, you can't be racism used to mean one race having a detrimental or a negative opinion of another race, of another group. Oh no, you can only be racist now if you're the group that's in power. Fuck you. You don't get to redefine fucking words. Who the fuck do you think you are? Don't tell me what I can and can't say. So, angry Delta Mike again. Call me racist, call me far right, call me a bigot, call me whatever the fuck you want. Don't care. I said faggot the other day. I was talking about the meatball. But some pop-up pops up on Twitter. I'm like, don't care. They're like, would you like to rephrase that and not say no? That's what I fucking go. Today someone was slagging off Britain because our food is bland. I typed, fuck off and die. Up it pops, would you like to rephrase? No, I don't want to fucking rephrase that. The guy was slagging off my country. Fuck off and die. Don't care. Do not police my speech. You get nowhere. Now, I get an email saying we have limited the fucking spread or the distribution of your tweet. Don't care. Not bothered. My tweet is my tweet. My words are my words. You police them if that's your thing. But don't try and get me to police my own speech. Fuck that. That's definitely not happening. Anyway, you can't be faulted for saying what you think. There's nothing wrong with having an opinion. Thank you, Mashtag. I still don't know whether I know you by a different name from before the. He's eaten too many chocolates. He's having a sugar rush. No, I haven't eaten any chocolate since breakfast. I ate chocolates this morning when all my power was gone and my tablet and my phone was off, and I was waiting for 2.5 hours for the fucking sun to come up and turn the EcoFlow back on. I haven't had any since then. Any improvement with Tina? Asks Oscar. No, she's okay, but there's never going to be an improvement, mate. There's deterioration, there's stability, and then there's further deterioration. It's a downhill. It's a downhill thing. And his private maybe. His private barber have done her work again. I see. Not for a little while. I took the shears. I took the hedge trimmer over the beard a few days ago. Karen hasn't touched my hair in about 3 months, I think, since I last went to Tweety's, which I'm gonna go to. I missed it yesterday because I slept at a wrong time. I slept from like 3 or 4 in the afternoon until about 10:30. I missed Big Clive, and then it was Scruff Dog. But I missed Tweeties entirely. I didn't even have the option of going. I was snoring. Hi, Super. That's Oscar. Oscar is Super. What's his actual handle? Where are you? Super Enriched. That's Oscar. Karen, he likes to listen to himself. I do. I play these back and I enjoy listening to me. TrampCast is broadcast. Yeah, kind of. I thought it was cast, a spelling. Okay, you thought I'd portmanteaued some witchcraft into here. No, if it was a witchcraft casting a spell, there'd be more than fucking 17. I don't think it's very rare that I hit 20. What's the word? Not contiguous. Oh. When there's 20 at once, I don't have the word. There is a word, because they use it afterwards when they tell me how many people watch and how long they watched. Not continuous, not continuous, not contiguous. It starts with con. I know it starts with con and I've got no idea. Oh, vocabulary. It's so difficult sometimes. What do they call it when jail sentences either run one against it, or sometimes they overlap them and you run them. I haven't got the fucking vocabulary, folks, I'm sorry. I'm a retard sometimes. Okay, I'm just scrolling. Mirror, mirror, hey up Mike, not Mike. Mirror, mirror is a fellow tramp, if I remember correctly, a fellow homeless guy. He's a real tramp, he moves around. Whereas I'm just a retard in a field. Let's have a look. Okay, woof woof, says Tina. Tina girl, are you still under there? You've not died. You are still under here and alive and awake, yeah? She's very warm. I think she might be asleep. She's very quiet. I'll say woof woof on Tina's behalf. The Christmas tree is very much leaning over, if that's where you were going, Josie, yeah? Hold on. Naja, that's where Scottish couple in Spain have moved to, down somewhere on the south coast there. Costa del Sol. Oddly, my Daisy Jane, mother of my Captain Jack the Rimmer. How much sci-fi can you pile into one name? Captain Jack, that's Doctor Who. Rimmer is Red Dwarf. Born to a Tina in Nerka. Okay. I'm the same. I need something to listen to or watch to fall asleep. I didn't used to, but it's become a thing since I've been single and alone. Yeah. UK Richie Richard. Yeah. Hello, mate. Good evening. And chat. Hello. Woof 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 woof, says Fama. Translated, it means the guy's waking me up again at midnight. Yeah, shining a light in her face and saying it's good night from her and it's good night. It's a two Ronnies reference. If Fama might not get did you know the two Ronnies? Ronnie Corbett and Ronnie Barker, big deal in Britain in the 70s and 80s. It's good night from me and it's good night from him. Fork handles or four candles. A lot of wordplay. Ronnie Barker was a genius. He was a real wordsmith. I think they're both dead now. Ronnie Barker definitely died first. Ronnie Corbett stuck around for another 10 or 15 years, but I think he's gone now as well. Miami Rose, another one of my favourite conspiracy theorists or conspiracy analysts, says reject digital ID, it's a prison. I think I agree. Your ignorance of the law is no excuse. Unless you're a police officer, in which case you get let off with Crown immunity. What's it called in America? They have the same concept. If you're a public servant and you make an honest mistake, you get let off. What's the immunity on these auditing channels and stuff? They all get to claim immunity, and you have to prove that there have been previous cases and that they should have known that what they were saying was bullshit when they arrested you. So if you say fuck off to a policeman and they arrest you, they should have known that the First Amendment covers that, and they'll just arrest you anyway. And it's rare that you can get past the immunity that they claim. I can't remember what it's called. Something immunity. I do know this, but I've lost it because I've just said crown immunity, and now that's what's stuck in my head. But obviously America doesn't have a crown. No, it's not going to come to me. One of you guys can fill me in. There's Sign of Nature. Miami Rose, hello, hello. It's the woke crew that are so disillusioned. So here's the thing I have against woke. It's not that they have their beliefs and that they're different from mine. It's that people that are on that side want to impose their views and tell you you're not allowed to have this view or that view. You're not allowed to say this or that. I don't say that they're not allowed to have their view. They can have it. They can express it as strongly as they want. I disagree with it, but I will allow them their right to say it. They don't do the same. They want to cancel you and stop you and tell you it's not allowed and you shouldn't say this and you can't say that. That's where I draw the line. Disagree with me all you want. I don't tell you you can't say it. They do. It's the first step they go to. You're a far right Nazi, you can't say that, you shouldn't say that. That's a hate crime, I'm going to get you locked up. Fuck off. Who the fuck do you think you are? So, they're not against extreme views. They're against you having a view they disagree with. They're not against speech being policed. They just want to be the ones that are policing the speech. Fuck that shit. This is why I end up angry. I'm going to move on, folks. I'm going to move on. I love a well-seasoned meatball. Most faggots are not well-seasoned. They're quite fatty and bland, which is my disagreement. You have to add your own seasoning. Throw a bit of pepper or some chili flakes or something on there. Your Birmingham, Stoke, Potteries kind of faggots. Americans watching, a faggot is a meatball. Don't get on at me. We are literally talking about actual faggots. Meatballs. It's a British thing from what's called the Black Country. If you want to get all, if you want to call me a far right racist, meatballs are balls of meat from the Black Country. Now the Black Country is called the Black Country because during the Industrial Revolution they had a lot of factories burning coal and coke and whatever, not cocaine. Coke. Take coal and do the charcoal thing. Heat it up in the absence of air, and if you take wood and you heat it in the absence of air, it emits things and it dries down and it becomes charcoal. If you do the same to coal, it's called coke. And this is an important fuel in the steel making process, steel and iron making. And all these chimneys were built really tall, and all the smoke went out, and everyone thought, oh, that's gone, that's away in the air. No, it's not. The taller you build a chimney, the dust just falls further away. But it put a black layer around the cities and the towns and the countryside, wherever it was. Literally, it turned the land black. Black country. Not racism, not racist. And faggots were meatballs in a sauce. Bland would be putting it too strong, but they're not overly seasoned. They're quite mild, is my complaint about them. But faggot. It's a meatball. Shut up. That's what we're talking about. Even though I'm a far right racist, whatever. Hashtag is Michael. Hello, Mike. Are you a Michael or are you a Mike? I'll just ask that follow-on sentence. Nice to get a name for you. Nice to get a handle. I get a handle off most people in the end. Beef and pork with chunks of garlic. Yeah, you see, the whole garlic thing's probably a modern mixed together into meatballs. That wouldn't be historically. Britain didn't do garlic. That was a French thing. That was a dirty foreigner thing. We didn't do garlic's not British. Mr. Brains commercial, yeah. Brains is one of the brands of faggots, yeah. Yeah. Now you're talking, Farmer, with the garlic. But like I said, garlic isn't a British. It's not. Hold on, I forgot the right name. Is it Peter Kay, the comedian, rather than Paul Kay, Dennis Pennis, and Game of Thrones, whatever his character was called in that. Not him. The fat northern comedian fella. Can you say that? Can I call him fat without being offensive? Garlic and bread went on for about 5 years. Garlic and bread? What are you talking? Garlic and bread? Foreign muck. And then he reversed it one day. Garlic and bread. Oh, have you tried it? It's a taste sensation. You have an American accent, Mike. How could we mistake you for someone else? I don't have an American. I'm no Yankee. Get away. Consecutive. No. I nearly got it there. You were talking about the prison sentence. Concurrent. Fuck. I get there in the end, folks. Someone further down's probably said it, and now they're going to think that I've when things run concurrent, overlapping, two at a same. So you can do 2 different prison sentences, a 6 months for this and a 6 months for that. And instead of serving 12 months, you just serve 6. They're the same 6 months. You serve them concurrent. I don't remember why we were talking about concurrent. I had a similar thing, I think it was yesterday, about whether Australia is bigger than America. And it is and it isn't. So, let's do this. There are 3 types of America. There are 3 types of United States. There's the 52 states, if you take them as a whole. That's bigger than Australia. There's 51 states that are the continental United States. So that's the 48 that are together, plus Alaska, which you have to drive through Canada to get to. Together, those are larger than Australia. But the 48 contiguous, that's a good word, the contiguous United States, that's the 48 that all clumped together. That's the 48 that are not in Canada or alongside Canada and that are not out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Those 48 states, the contiguous United States, are smaller than Australia. So depending on which United States you're talking about, Australia is and isn't larger than the United States. So it's very much a what's he called? The guy Schrodinger's United States. Which United States are you comparing? Tom Tombstone, simultaneous. No, I wasn't going for contiguous. What did I say? Concurrent was what I was aiming at when I was talking about that. Something going around up here, nasty cold. Well, like a flu or a virus. Concurrent. You got there, mirror. Yeah. Concurrent. That was the word I was chasing. How long ago? You were 22:59. Hold on. I'm trying to scroll and it didn't work. It's 23:11. I'm still a quarter of an hour behind almost. Consecutive, simultaneous. No, concurrent it was. Concurrent. Let's list these things. Concurrent, contiguous, continental. Yeah, there's various. All those words. I like my nice big words. What's that? How is that? Alright, that's better. That's stable. Perpetuity, that means forever. In perpetuity. That's not, I don't think that was something I was talking about. Rimmer was because he liked... No! Because he liked rimming goats and cats. Just... Nah. I mean, dogs do sniff inappropriately at times, don't they? If somebody gets up and goes to the loo and comes back and the dog suddenly sticks their nose in your crotch or up your backside, they do that. It is a thing. You've claimed your private lawful geographic location. I hope so. Karen dipped out and will be back soon. Okay. Qualified immunity. Thank you. Sovereign immunity in Britain for public servants. Qualified immunity in America. And there's a real chicken and egg situation with qualified immunity. In order to get past it, so Let's say you've been beaten up by the police, they've tased you while you were in the bath and all sorts of fucking nasty shit that they do. You have to prove not just that that's wrong on the face of it, you have to prove they should have known, that there's previous case law that proves it in your, not in your state, but in your circuit. So 4 or 5 states will form a judicial circuit. And somewhere in those 4 or 5 states, there has to already be some law that a policeman should have known. And if they can argue, well, I didn't know. I didn't know I shouldn't tase you with a non-lethal electric 50,000 volts while you're sat in water. How could I know? I didn't know that was a bad thing. And if it's never happened before, there's no new case law and they get off. How do you establish new case law? A new case comes along, but it's never happened before, and therefore they get off, and therefore there's no case law. The next time it comes along, there's no case law. Because the first time they got off, the second time there's no new case law, they get off. How do you establish? Basically, the only way that you can establish new case law is by pointing to the Constitution and saying, there you go, it's fucking obvious. It was in those first 10 fucking laws that we ever made. The Constitution and the Bill of Rights. Those first 10 amendments, if Thomas Jefferson didn't write it, and it's not in the first 10 fucking amendments, it's never going to get added. More or less. Unless a judge says, no, it's just fucking obvious you can't go around electrocuting people with 50,000 volts while they're sat in a fucking puddle of water. Unless you get a brave judge that stands up and says, no, I'm not having that shit, it's just fucking obvious. That's the only way you get past qualified immunity. The cop can argue, oh, it was accident, I didn't know I got it wrong. I didn't know I was wrong. I just tased him while he sat in the bath. Bah. Mirror, mirror, battery very low at 4%, so good night, Mike. Mike, not Mike, and happy chatters. I'm trying to remember, did I get a real name from you, Mirror, mirror? I got a Steve in my head, but I could be drawing that from nowhere. I had the same thing last night with low battery power, so yeah, I good luck to you, pal. Catch you next time. You do seem to have some kind of hyper rush tonight, DM. That might be a good thing, might be a bad thing. Let's see where it takes me. I'll roll with it. Neil says good night to Mirror Mirror. Okay, bye people, I got a late visit. Okay, Josie, catch you next time. Oh, I'm up to date. 2307. Yeah, 2307 my time, is it? 2316. I'm 9 minutes behind, but there's no. Okay, hashtag is always Michael, not Mike. I shall make a note of that when I watch this back tomorrow or whenever I get around to it. Oh, look at that. I'm still on Top Chat. I forget my own rules. Guys, when you're in chat, click the button for settings and you want to set it to on some, it's either called live chat or sometimes it's just called all messages. The wording varies, but don't leave it on Top Chat like I just did, because you will miss about 10% of messages. Let me make sure that I am on live chat now. I'm going to scroll back and see what I've missed. Courts, feds, councils, government being indicted, people power. Well, I hope so. I hope so, Sign of Nature. Keith, if I remember correctly. Hashtag is Michael, yeah. Okay, I'm just going to go back. I think I've seen most of these. Karen, back in a while. Okay. I think I'm not seeing anything that I should have seen and didn't. Oh, farmers beef and pork. I think this is an extended meatball recipe. Beef and pork with chunks of garlic and onion, salt, pepper, eggs. Often egg whites as a binder. You can use whole eggs, I guess. Yeah. parsley, oregano, breadcrumbs mixed together into meatballs. There's a lot of filler in there between the breadcrumbs and the eggs. But yeah, okay, it's accessible to me. Where possible, I would have gone beef and veal, maybe veal. Make it luxury. Go veal. Are you going to go 80-20 on the meat to fat, or 75-25, 70-30 even? Fat equals flavour, Gordon Ramsay says. Chef Jean-Pierre says texture equals flavour. Pick the bones out of that one, I guess, because I respect them both. Chef Jean-Pierre is my personal favourite chef, although there are a few competitors out there online. I mean, obviously Gordon Ramsay is well respected and well known. Unlike Jamie Oliver. Jamie Oliver has become a laughingstock amongst people that know cookery over the last 10 to 15 years. I mean, I like the bloke. I liked his early stuff when he was the naked chef, when he was a young lad, and he was cooking for his then girlfriend and friends. I liked him. Nowadays, he does that thing that people on TV always feel they have to do: put their own personal spin on things. So you take a 200-year-old recipe like beef Wellington, and you make your own personal version of it. Rather than following the actual fucking recipe and doing it really well, you have to make it your own. No. It's a fucking 200-year-old recipe. Who the fuck are you to mess with it? Badly. What are you doing? Future Canoe, a student in his fucking bedroom, had a couple of 100,000 followers. Some bloke called Gordon reviewed him making beef Wellington in his bedroom. Suddenly he's got 2 million followers, because Gordon's quite famous and got quite a following. Gordon Ramsay knows what he's looking at when he watches somebody make something. Future Canoe, better than Jamie Oliver. Check him out if you haven't already. Future Canoe is the GOAT, the greatest of all time. A bloke called Gordon said so. Without putting his own spin on it, he followed the recipe. For once, Future Canoe doesn't often follow the fucking recipe, but for once he followed the recipe. And some bloke called Gordon said, yeah, well done. In your bedroom. Not bad. Cheers, folks. I always forget, this lid leaks a little bit. The good lid's up there on the second cup. I'm only about 2/3 of the way through. I got to reach over with it. Okay, we're only just over an hour in, an hour and a quarter. Okay, I think I saw most of that. I'm scrolling back to the bottom now. Your frequency is all good. Do I have a frequency? How's the volume, folks? I am back on the phone tonight because I didn't like the video the other night. Tablets here for me to look up things if I need to look up things. Fat feeds the brain, without it starves and leads to dementia. That's not quite true, is it? Ketones feed the brain. The blood-brain barrier doesn't let normal carbs through, usually. So the body, I think it turns fats into ketones. That's my understanding. Seems clear enough. The last 3 or 4 that I've done from the phone, they've been loud enough, but they were a little bit, how would you put it? The sound was like I was muffled. It was like I was speaking underwater. It was all a bit, I don't know. I thought I might have bust one of the microphones, prodding and poking, trying to get debris out. So last time I did it from the tablet, and everybody said sound was great, but I could see that the video was very juddery. If I moved my hand over the screen like that, I saw my hand about 10 times in different positions. It was very bad. Do you know what I forgot to do today, folks? I created the stream and I didn't push it out to Twitter or to YouTube. If anybody's got a second or three to spare, we'll wait. If somebody could push it out, if you could hit the share button and push it out to YouTube and to Twitter, I'd appreciate it. I'll wait here for a couple of minutes while you do it. We won't move on. We'll just hang here and wait for you. But if you could let me know, if you say, yeah, I shared it, yeah, I pushed it, I shared it to Twitter, I shared it to YouTube. If someone could do that, I just totally forgot. So the numbers might be a bit lower than they otherwise would be. Hello, babe. You've been asleep in the bed. You've been asleep under the covers. Have a feel. Let me cop a feel. You are warm, aren't you? She's very warm. The light's not great. Give me a second, folks. I'm going to do a couple of things. I'm going to pause. I'm going to put the microphone. I'm going to cut the. I'm going to go for a piss, basically. I don't want you listening to that. But I'm going to bring the EcoFlow over as well, because it looks like my lamp needs plugging in. I've got to bring the wires and the battery over. So let me go do that. Give me 2 minutes and I'll be right back with you. Okay, folks, that maybe took a little bit longer than I thought, but I did more than I expected. Which one of these? Oh, the USB-C. Okay. Where are we? No. There. Yeah. There. Okay. I did bring a couple of beers, but I should have brought more. I'm going to be balancing. Is Farmer still there? I'm going to be balancing this on one can. Can anybody see the potential problems? I've still got some not brandy. I still got some vodka here. I'm going to move that out of the way. I'm going to bring the coffee up. It's logistics, folks. Logistics. What can I say? I used to work in a warehouse. I'm good at logistics. Balance this here, put that there. My next coffee's still waiting to come down the pipeline. Give me a second. Sound seems clear enough, says Richie. UK Richie, thank you. Fat feeds the brain, without it starves called dementia. Do you have wellies? No, not very little yeast. I mean, Wellington boots would be good on about 2 days of the year here. So no. How much? There's about a third of a can here. Let's see if I can speed run that can so that I can open this can. You okay, babe? Tina's okay. Can I get back in? I feel like something's wrong. What am I missing? EcoFlow is on 66% with 11 watts coming out. Should be good for the rest of the night. 66 is easily enough to get through a normal night. Unless I broadcast until 6:07 in the morning. And I did the other day, didn't I? I did 6 hours. I got off. That was Friday night, yeah? I did a 6 hour stream. Whoa! What happened? Oh, fuck. What did I say about this fucking... Oh, you bastard thing. Let's have a look. How are they? They're not tangled at all. They shouldn't have interfered with each other at all. How did that even happen? Farmer, you there? Oh, and then the wind blew the side of the tent and tipped over an empty glass. A couple of minutes ago that had vodka and vodka caramel in. Now it's falling over all over the place. Who knew? I haven't got my... That's not right. My cushion, my pillow isn't right. I need a bit of back support. Bit of lumbar support. You alright there, darling? Can I just check something? Just in case. What's that? Where are we? Where are you? You're there. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. Except you're not really on the bed, are you? You're in the gutter next to the bed. Bloody dog. I don't even know. I never did straight. You know, the other day, Friday night, my quilt went, the top cover went from being one way up, so it's two sides, A and B. It was this way up. Did I get out or did the dog get out? Something, and the next thing, the cover's the other way up. And I've got no idea. We broke 6 rules of topology, 6 laws of topology. Mathematicians would go crazy at how this was even fucking possible. At one point, it tied itself in a knot, and I've got no idea how. Even watching the video back, I couldn't work that shit out. I only watched that one section. I didn't have time to watch the whole video. And again, my bin's in that corner of the room, but I can't leave it open because flies. So on an evening, I just throw things in that general direction, and then I'll put them in the bin properly tomorrow. Don't worry, there is a plan. Okay, folks, I know we've constantly got new people dropping out and people coming in. If you haven't hit the button yet for the like thing, consider it. Yeah, but I'm going to switch to top chat and then back to live chat. Okay, sign of nature, key fastified wellies. That's the last comment. Nobody's talking to me. Let me see, what else? Other than managing power, has anything else happened today? No, but plans for this next week, folks. Plans for this next, well, not just next week, this it's half an idea. I don't know if it'll happen. I'm thinking of taking Tina out in her chariot every day until Christmas. So like an Advent Tina is what I think I'm going to call it. An Advent calendar of maybe short videos, I'm not sure, with Tina. We'll go for a walk there and go sit on the cliff tops. We'll go for a walk there and go and grab a coffee at one of the local cafe bars. There's one here, just around the corner, that I've literally never been to in this. This will be my 4th Christmas in this field. I've been here 3 years and 3 months, something like that. 3 years and 2.5 months, whatever it is. This will be my 4th Christmas here. I've never been to that to this particular bar. I walk past it whenever I go to a supermarket. I haven't been to a supermarket yet this year. That's on the list. So go to a supermarket, go to the corner bar here, go to the German bar just up the road, the little kiosk by the side of the road. I got a few things on a to-do list. I'm gonna go and treat myself to a breakfast outside Murph's. Everyone calls it Murphy's, but it's not. It's Murph apostrophe S. Murph's bar on Los Locos Beach. Well, on the road next to Los Locos Beach. Various things like that. I have not been up the hill to Torre del Morro and the kiosk in the park up at Torre del Morro. I'm gonna make a list. There's another. If I keep going down the hill to La Mata, and then you go around and you can come back slightly up a different hill. Well, it's the same hill, but you come up another road on the same hill and go off. There's a bar called Hefe's Bar. The bloke's called Jeff. He's from Preston, so he adopted the name Jefe, which is chef, chief, boss in Spanish. So Jeff becomes Jefe. Jefe's Bar. I've not been there since I've been homeless. I'm gonna go there and take Tina there, possibly one last time, because yeah, I guess I can say this. I said it last. I mean, I said this last Christmas stroke New Year. I thought last Christmas was going to be Tina's last Christmas. This one almost certainly is going to be Tina's last Christmas. So I want to give the girl a good send-off. I want to give her a good Christmas. Get her out and about in her chariot. Take her places, even if she just walk. If you see her when she's in a chariot, the smile on her face is. I think I've only released one video of her in a chariot. I might have only released the one. There's a second time we went out and the lady we were with made a video, but not my video to release, was it? Yeah, I'm gonna do one a day. Advent Tina, I think is what I'm gonna call it. Let's see how that goes. So this has to start. I might start with the sunrise tomorrow morning if I go on here for like 5 or 6 hours and then can't get up in the morning, I'll miss that. I'll do something each day, and at some point I'll do a sunrise. I'll do one of these local bars. I'll do one going to the supermarket. I'll do one going into town. I'll do one at Los Locos, going and getting a breakfast. I'll go to Tweety's one day. I'll try and think of something different to do each day. I got to adjust the solar panel a couple of times in the morning when it first comes up over there, and then more towards noon. Once I've moved it that way, and make sure it's got sun actually on it. Then I can leave it for a few hours. But yeah, that's half an idea. That's now. Will I do it every day or for all 24 days? Almost certainly not, because I'm a lazy bastard sometimes. Things happen, things get in the way, other people come round, I don't know, visitors. But I'll try and do it most days, most of the time. Sometimes it might just be a short, but I'll try and do a longer form video when I can. So that's kind of an idea. Get stocked. Next lockdown in January will be the biggest, most devastating. So take stock. What are you basing that on, Keith? Electrical power cuts or a pandemic? Where are you going? What's your money on? In Britain, certainly, I think that rolling blackouts and power cuts are your most likely. If one or two power stations go offline, and a lot of them have got cracks in the cement, in the concrete, not cement. One or two power stations go offline. The nuclear ones, the base load. If you get a power station going offline, and you have a couple of days with no sun and low wind, you could be struggling. So yeah, possible. Very possible. Why is that lamp so dull? We're showing 9 watts going out. This lamp is very dull. There. Okay. Do I need to pull on that? I do. That's what it needed. Something was wrong, and I knew it was wrong. I just couldn't spot it. I couldn't. It went when the light powers down. It goes subtly. It goes down gradually, and then you push the plug in, and it. Whoa! Get a body harness. She's closer to you. When she's in her chariot, she's in a harness. She's in a body harness, and then the 2 clips from the side that would go over her back plug into the wheelchair. And when we get wherever we're going, I then just unclip those 2 and plug them over the top of her. And then she's free. Well, I have to lift her back legs out of the wheelchair. It's easier to get her out. Getting her back in afterwards it's a 10-minute job for 2 fucking people. Try doing it on your own out in public with everybody watching, because of how different it is having a dog in a doggy wheelchair. And invariably I pick her up and try and put her back legs in. So the back legs have to go behind this bar. This bar sits under her stomach with some padding. And then her legs have to go through kind of 2, each leg has to go through 2 stirrups. One holds the leg up and one gets the feet. So you've got these 4 kind of stirrupy set up. She'll invariably poo while I'm picking her up. Oh, bugger. Either pisses or poos all down me. Low light makes you look younger. Yeah, if you can't see all the details, then I look great. Once you can see the real me, you see all the fucking cracks and crevices. I call them my laughter lines. They're not wrinkles, they're laughter. I'm just such a fun guy. I got the laughter lines. 5 hours away from keyboard. I've seen your problems with that lamp. Keep the beer away from the lamp. Keep the lamp away from the beer. And the camera. The phone. It knocked the phone off the stand. I don't know if you saw that or heard that. I think Mirror left a while ago, didn't he? Mirror. I've got. I think I have a name for him. Let me just take a second out, because I hate it when I can't. I hate it when I get things wrong. Where I'm at. People's handles. Okay. It's not a spreadsheet. Steve. He was a Steve. I think I went with Chris. I guessed Chris. I was wrong. I apologize. If you're still there, Mirror, I apologize. You're a Steve, not a... I think I went with Chris. You're a Steve. There are Steves, Chris's and Mikes. Those are the majority. That's most people. There's the occasional David or David. I got a couple of those. A few Richards. There's 3 or 4 Rich or Richies or Richards. Those 3 or 4 names covers most. But yeah, okay. Let me just holding these. It's cold to the touch just to hold the. Whoa! I just had the screen just did somersaults. That was interesting. I'm just going to look at the temperature outside according to the forecast. I've got a thermometer here somewhere, but I'll be damned if I know where. It's a warm night tonight. It's currently 14. 14 feels like 13. It's going to stay at 10 degrees or above almost all night. 8 o'clock, which is about sunrise. Sunrise is 7:59. At 8 o'clock it falls to 9 degrees. I have, look, no jumper, no snood. I haven't got my scarf thing on. I didn't last night either. It's been quite warm. Yeah, last night, yesterday, 17 through the day, 9 at night was the 17 was the high, 9 was the low, and the same tonight. Tomorrow is 18 and 9, and Tuesday is 20 and 10. We're going to hit 20 degrees. Now, it's colder than usual for this time of year. These kinds of temperatures are normally January, February, but we're doing all right. We're surviving. I've got an electric blanket, folks. I've got a fucking... It's over there in storage in the other room. Yeah, I did zip it back up, I did. I've got an electric blanket. I haven't used it. I've got a hot water bottle. I've got a cushion that I would normally put 2 or 3 lots of 2-litre bottles of hot water inside. Just to get really... I would put 2 bottles, typically, here's what I did in the past. I had a flask that the seal broke. It wasn't... It didn't leak, but it didn't hold the heat like it did when I first got it. So I would put 2 2-litre bottles of boiling hot water. A little bit of cold water in the bottom of the bottle just so it didn't split or burst when you put the boiling water in. Got a funnel to help put it in. I would fill 2 2-litre bottles with hot water, boiling hot water. And then I would put this flask of coffee in the same cushion cover and zip it up. So there's 4 litres of boiling water and there's a litre and a half of hot coffee. And the coffee would stay warm until 8 o'clock the next morning. And I'd be too... It was 4 degrees outside and I was too warm. Me and the doggy were too warm. I had to take it out and put it by my feet, or move it down the bed and put it by my feet, just so I wasn't too hot in bed. It stayed hot in bed until way after the sun came up. Way after. And then last year, a couple, Adam and Mel, who were out with, they're back in the UK now. Are you out there, guys? Say hello if you see this. Let me know. Adam and Mel, they renamed their channel to something like Spanish Memories or something like that. They brought me an electric blanket. I think it's a single. I used it. I tested it twice, and I used it once in anger. Once for real. Because it was the back end of winter. It was already late February or early March. But it's there now. It's there waiting. I could pull all these 4 covers back, put that underneath, plug it into the EcoFlow when the EcoFlow's over here. And I think in half an hour, it used maybe 20% of the battery, of the stored power. So it's not something you put on and leave on for long. You put it on for 10 or 15 minutes, that's enough. You do that late evening, early night. You do it once halfway through the night, and then you do it once late night, early morning. And if you do it right, it'll take about 20 percentage points off the eco flow. Hello, goodbye. There's Keith, Sign of Nature. Keith, yeah. Hold on, I got to scroll back. There's something. I was AFK. Farmer was saying good night to Mirror. You've learnt all. You've learnt lol. What did I learn? Is that to me? What have I learnt? Not sure where you're going there. Sign of Nature. Keith. In fact, you say it just there. Yeah, I did have Keith with a F. Yeah. I knew that. Hello. I don't know why you say goodbye. I say hello. That's a song, isn't it? You say goodbye. I say hello. Who was it? Beatles? Maybe McCartney on his own? Or Wings? I could be entirely wrong. I could be way off there. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. This is why I have a Gizmotron. You say goodbye, I say hello. You say goodbye, I say hello. Beatles, look at that. It's like I'm some kind of fucking genius. You say goodbye, I say hello. I don't know why you say goodbye, I say hello. Yeah. There you go. I was listening, I said earlier, yeah, that my phone, when I ran out of power yesterday, I copied some Christmas songs onto both the tablet and then the phone. It's amazing how many of the songs that come up as Christmas classics are by either the Beatles or individual members of the Beatles. I don't remember any from Ringo, but the other three are there, and in particular McCartney and Lennon. When I was a kid, I don't know if this is still true. When I was a kid in the 70s, Paul McCartney was the richest man in the UK because of the Beatles royalties. I don't know why he wouldn't still be. It's not just the Beatles royalties, it's songs that he either wrote or co-wrote. That's where the money is with music. Either writing the lyrics or writing the music. The guy who sings it gets a paltry fucking percentage from any airtime or any play. The guys who wrote it, whether you wrote the lyrics or you wrote the music, doesn't matter who sings it from there on outwards, you've got an income for fucking life. I don't, there's probably a limit like 20, 25, 30, 40 years. I don't know. It might nowadays, it's probably lifetime plus 25 years. I've no idea. But that's where the money is. Don't be the fucking singist. Be the writerist. Whether you're writing the lyrics or you're doing the musics, that's where the fucking money is. Delta Wing It Mike. I wing everything, mate. My whole shtick is just winging it. This is why I need you guys. If you're not here and chipping in, I got nothing to say, nothing to do. Hold on. Wishing a safe Christmas. I'm wishing me a safe Christmas as well, but I wish a safe Christmas to all of you guys. I hope you don't mind if I say, I hope you have a quiet Christmas. The quiet ones are the best ones. You don't want a drama-filled Christmas. You don't want people dying, people getting locked up, people getting arrested, people getting... You don't want arguments and drama and trauma. Nice, quiet, stable, eating your chocolates, eating your clementines or tangerines or whatever you do, having your Christmas meal, whether you do it Christmas Eve, whether you do it Christmas Day, whether you do it both, which is what I do generally. I've yet to work out. I'm trying to make a shopping list, and then I've got to plan when to buy the things and how long things will last. I'm trying to work out we're back to logistics again. The logistics of shopping for things in the run-up to Christmas, and also the logistics of trying to cook everything on a single gas burner. I'm running low on gas as well. I might get halfway through cooking Christmas dinner and have to run across to the fucking Repsol to get a new gas bottle. That could be awkward. That could be awkward. But trying to cook, so sprouts. I'm not a big fan of boiling sprouts. Maybe parboil, but then cut in half and fry. Cabbages and sprouts should be fried or roasted. I haven't got an oven, so roasting is not a. If I had a metal box, or 3/4 of a metal box to put over, but I haven't. I can put them in a frying pan. I can put another bigger frying pan over the top. So frying. I haven't got roasting, so frying. I can fry sprouts. I can boil potatoes or parboil them. Maybe I can parboil them the day before and put them in the freezer. And then roast again. Roast needs an oven. I can then put them face down in a frying pan with fat or oil and another pan over the top and create a pseudo oven. Maybe. Stuffing. Homemade stuffing. Onions, breadcrumbs and a few herbs. Salts and peppers. Maybe. Gravy. If I get turkey, if I can get finding turkey, I don't want a whole one. If I get a whole one, I'll have to spatchcock it. Again, no oven. So cut either the spine or underneath on the opposite end and flatten it out, open it out, butterfly the whole thing, spatch and cook the whole thing. Again, breast side down, meat side down, inside a frying pan with a lid over the top. Day before? I mean, it'll cook a lot quicker than roasting in an oven. You get the whole thing done in an hour or hour and a half, depending on size, maybe 2 hours max. Low and slow, but basically fried, but with a lid over the top to create a semblance of a roast. But trying to do all these things, trying to cook carrots, sprouts, parsnips, parboiling and then ultimately roasting or frying potatoes, turkey, bread sauce maybe, or just stuff. Trying to do all that with one ring. Ringo was happy being the luckiest man who ever lived. Was he lucky? He's one of the best drummers ever, as far as I understand things. I mean, I don't know, but Richard Starkey, and also Thomas the Tank Engine. Let's not forget that. I was already an adult, more or less. Actually, I think I was in senior school, coming home for school dinners, and we used to watch Thomas the Tank Engine. He did the first 3 or 4 seasons, if I remember right, and then that other bloke out, the Liverbirds, took over. Don't know his name. But, yeah, Ringo, I had that thought earlier. Don't you think that Paul McCartney and Ringo Starr should be armed? They should have a license to carry a weapon. Given that 2 out of the 4 have already been killed, pretty much, but I mean, George Harrison was attacked massively and stabbed. Survived a little while, but it took it out of him and he eventually died. Pretty much because of the previous attack. John Lennon was taken out instantaneously. If I was one of the other two, I'd want to be armed. Even in Britain, I'd want to be armed. You're just too big a target otherwise. Speaking for myself only, welcome cans. Cans? What have I missed? Let me just make sure I am on live chat. I feel like I've missed. Oh, here we go. Oh, that was okay. Ringo was happy being the luckiest man who ever lived. Cans. Hello, hello. Because of YouTube changing the way it displays names, do we know each other? Have we met? Have we chatted? Or are you new? I'm happy if you're new. I like it when new people step in. But there's just this uncertainty now because I don't... Short name versus longer name, and YouTube are now showing the shorter name. But there's Tommy Tombstones. Definitely happy, quiet Yule to you too. Yeah, quiet. That it's an ancient Chinese curse, isn't it? May you live in interesting times. It is literally a curse. It sounds like a nice thing to say to somebody. May you live in interesting times. Interesting means bad. Interesting means people are dying all around you, or people are getting arrested, or shit's happening. Shit's hitting the fan. That's interesting. It's not good, which is why it's a curse, even though it sounds nice. And it is a Chinese curse. I had to check. I thought it was Arabic, but no, it's a Chinese curse from back in the day. Merry Christmas to all a Merry Christmas. I've started watching Christmas films. I think I said the other day. But yeah, thank you, Farmer Fabrizio. I'm a bit of a slushy fucking romantic. So these really basic Hallmark Christmas videos, I still think it's a little bit, even though, so historically my family turned the Christmas lights on my birthday. I couldn't yesterday because I didn't have enough power, so I turned them on tonight. Only briefly, they've turned them off again now. But, where was I going with this? Is it too soon to watch Die Hard? I know Bruce, he says, well, when he had his head still, when he had his brain still, he said it wasn't, I mean, what kind of idiot is he? That was the first sign of his dementia, claiming that Die Hard wasn't a Christmas film. Oh, the weather outside is frightful. The fire is so delightful. How the fuck is it not snow everywhere at the Nakatomi Plaza? Ho, 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 says the fucking dead terrorist as he goes down in the lift with a fucking ho, 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 now I've got a machine gun. How is that not a Christmas film? That was the first sign that he'd lost the fucking plot. Anyone who's Brooch's, nobody that actually knows him is going to be watching a tramp in a field. But Brucey, what the fuck were you thinking? No wonder your first wife ran away with that fucking teenage boy. Sorry. Sorry, children, as Uncle Roger would say. Let me see if I can finish this first coffee and grab the second one before that gets too cold. So at the minute I think I've got 5 of these Hallmark kind of Christmas films. I think I've watched 3 or 4 of them, and then I've got the ultimate Christmas film. What's it called? It's a Wonderful Life with Jimmy Stewart. The Christmas film. It's possible, controversial take, it's possible that one of the Scrooge films might just snatch it. Or, this is really controversial, this is a contender. I'm not sure where I lie on this one. The Cary Grant, is it called The Bishop's Wife or The Priest's Wife? I think it's called The Bishop's Wife. It's a contender. It's a Wonderful Life, The Bishop's Wife. One of the Christmas Carol or Scrooge films. Yeah, I don't know. I could maybe pick a top 5. Could I pick an actual top 1? What would yours be? What's your ultimate Christmas movie? Yeah, I'll allow you to prevaricate. Pick your top 5 if you can. I think it's The Bishop's Wife. What's the guy called? He's got the big white beard. He plays a he's like a university professor or something. And his drink, his bottle of whiskey or whatever, always gets full. Cornucopia, an everlasting plentiful supply. Cornucopia is a good word. A horn of plenty, if you don't mind the word horn. I do like a nice word. Good, big, posh kind of words. Cornucopia, or cornucopeic, having the features of a cornucopia. Cornucopeic. Always learn big words. Never use small words when a big word will do it better. But don't become bombastic. The original meaning of bombastic was to use a large word where small. And I'm back. It sat there for about 20 or 30 seconds trying to reconnect, and then it said, no, that didn't work. And then it said, try again. So, where were we? I was talking about bombastic. I don't know if you heard that or not. I don't know how long it was off before it told me. To be bombastic originally, it's not like nowadays we view bombastic as whoa, going for it. Mr. Bombastic, telefantastic, da 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 da. That's bombast. It's not the original meaning. The original meaning was to use a long word or a big word where short words would have done. It's like showing off. Bombast. I've always liked learning new words, big words. I'm quite well aware what that says about me. It says I'm a show-off, I'm a bombast, I am a precocious twat, was what you might have said when I was a kid. Guilty. I like big words. I can't always remember them and bring them to mind as I need them nowadays. It's interesting how bombastic has switched meaning to that powerful energy. That's bombast now. To be forthright, it's not what it meant originally. To use big words where multiple small words would have done. I like the conciseness of one word. Try and explain bombastic in less than kind of 2 sentences. It's not easy. But if everyone already knows what it means, then you can say it. You just say the word. Drop that one word in a sentence. I've no idea how I got here, folks. I'm lost on. I was talking about Die Hard and Christmas films and Cary Grant and The Bishop's Wife. I don't know how I got to where I got. Do you feel rich in time? Asks Keith with a F. I am time rich, money poor. Yeah. I often will lay here not in the bed, but on the bed, just watching videos, waiting for the day to pass. In summer especially, when it's really hot, I didn't want to be out in the sun, so I'm laying low because it's so hot up here above me. I'm just laying, again, not in the bed, but on the bed. Too hot to sit on my chair. because that puts my head up in the 50-degree zone or the high 40s Celsius. I'm down here when it's a nice cool 35 degrees. With a cross breeze going through the tent from one door to the other, and with an electric fan blowing at me because we had more electric than we knew what to do with the solar panels in summer. When you've got 14 hours of sunshine bringing in 70, 80, 90 watts an hour, 90 watt hours per hour, you bring in 90 watts consistently for hours and hours. So you can power a 30 watt fan. 20 watts plus the 30 watts overhead for the inverter. I'd have the fan on and I'm still charging the EcoFlow. Yeah, time rich, money poor. Not as poor as last week. I had no money on me, no cash, and I had nothing on my card for a good 2 or 3 days. But I'm okay now, folks. I'm good now. You see, I haven't even pinned. Is Jack Attack here? You could maybe. I don't think if either Karen or Jack Attack here. If you could pin the PayPal link at the top of chat, maybe. I can't from here. Maybe I can do it on here. Maybe I can do it on the other device. I got to finish this, folks. I'm holding a cup of coffee that I should have got rid of. Let me see. I'm not. Hey, well, I am on the grift, I guess, but not deliberately. I'm not. How would I get there? YouTube. Oh, no. Before we get there, I need the text file, don't I? I need the blurb. That's not the blurb. The blurb's in here. That's not the file. TrampCast blurb. Hold on. I just want that one paragraph. The PayPal donate link. Bear with me, folks. I got to get my grift on. I am a tramp. For anyone new, I am a tramp. I live in a field in a country where I don't speak the language. I do need help every now and again. I got that. I don't know if I copied it properly. I'm going to go in here. Oh, there's Ricata. I'm missing shit. If I go to currently going, does it show me? I got Damon Hill. Are you the Damon Hill? I don't know. That might be the Damon Hill responding to me. Maybe. Or it might just be someone with the same name. Or someone pretending he's got the same name. I'm not listed. No. So none of that. How do I get to me? Hold on. I don't know how to use YouTube apparently. I'm not good at this shit. View channel. Live. Here's me. No, that's 2 days ago. That's not right. How many? 13. That's now. Why are you saying 2 days ago? That's bullshit. That's now. What did I call this video? Is it the big turn on? Christmas tree. That's me. That's now. It says 2 days ago here. That's bullshit. I'm pressing the button. I'm going to mute it as soon as we get in there. It won't let me play it. The fuck is this? What? It won't play. Share, edit, save to device. The fuck? Play, you bastard! It's not gonna play. How can I watch myself back? Life can't be this fucking difficult. Can it? What is this shit? Hold on, folks. But I know this is not the most stimulating viewing ever. I'm trying to work out how I can comment on my own video that I'm currently making. There's no chat here. I can't type shit here. Let me see if one of my mods was here and posted the link. I don't think so. The most powerful number is 3. Charmed. TV series. 3 is the most powerful number. What was she called? She's dead now, isn't she? Her out of Beverly Hills 95257922345. Whatever that was called. Can't remember what she was called. Beverly Hills 92050, 92150. I don't know. It's a zip code. It's a postcode for some place in America. Okay, let's have another go at this. Your channel. The big turn on. It says I'm live. Oh, I'm in. The big turn on. It says I'm live. Hold on. Oh, I'm in. Hey, can I post? How do I paste? It didn't let me do any of this before. Okay. The link is there. PayPal.me/Delta Mike Torrevieja. Engage and pin. No? What happened? I think I clicked the actual link rather than the okay, pin message. Hey, there it is. Okay, folks. I knew. Here's the thing. If I didn't put that there, someone would ask, how can I help? How can I support? And then they'd get all angry that I didn't help them to help me. That is now menage a trois. That's not how you spell trois. Is it? Is it not just T-O-U-I-S? Trois. It's French. Menage. Why are we talking about menage a trois? Oh, 3. Okay. Yeah. Mr. Lover. Telephone. That was wasn't Shaggy. Was it Shaggy? Lover. Mr. Bombastic. Telephone-tastic. I'm going to say Shaggy, but I don't know. Ghost of Christmas Present. He was supposed to represent the year. Remember, he said he had more than 1,850 brothers and sisters. He did say that. Christmas Carol, Charles Dickens. Yes, from around that time. 1850, 60, 70, whenever the hell it was, yeah. Christmas Present, he's only got the 1 year to go at, hasn't he? Christmas Past. And the Ghost of Things to Come. Oh God, do you remember? They ripped down. So 4-poster beds had big heavy not curtains. They had almost the curtains around them they weren't nowadays. When people talk about 4-poster beds, it's all lacy and frilly and no, it was basically a carpet around the bed. Basically the wooden frame created a tent above and around the tent, so that all the body heat, I mean, it was kept in by big warm blankets, but anything out of it was heating its own little tent. It's like, they call them forts in America, don't they? Where you put blankets over the dining room table and you camp underneath the table. Whether you're doing it for survival in like when Texas had the big freeze 4 years ago, or whether you're doing it more like a kids thing, as a toy, as a play area for kids, more like the film The Holiday. Was it called The Holiday or just Holiday? What's he called? The Londoner that sounds like Michael Caine. Oh, I can't remember the cunt's name. He did the thing with the hanky and the glasses and. So you had Cameron Diaz. You had the guy who was copying Michael Caine's films for a while. He played Alfie for a while in a film, didn't he? He did a lot of Michael Caine knockoff kind of films. Can't remember his name. He did the film, the DNA kind of film, where the guy had his legs chopped and extended. Gattaca. The 4 letters of the DNA. ATCG. You make a word out, you end up with Gattaca. Can't remember his fucking name. Somebody will have it. I'm going to scroll at the bottom. Somebody help me. I could have done that for you. The posting of the I was waiting for someone to post the fucking link. Nobody did. Super Oscar's got to go. Catch you at work in the morning. Understandable, mate. Yeah. Karen says I am back. Yeah, you are. Too late, but okay. Rich in time for an old git. Yeah. I am an old git, but I am rich in time, poor in pennies. That's why I posted the link. I'm on the grift, folks. If you've got a few euros, pounds, or dollars to spare, a $5 or a tenner would be appreciated in this holiday period. If you're just here for the entertainment, then just sit back and laugh at an old cunt in a field in a foreign country. I don't mind. It's head count needed for the lurkers. It's showing 11 here. There's only 2 or 3 of you talking in the. If the bishop has a wife, then it's Church of England. Well, it's certainly not Catholic, we can say that much. If it was Catholic, he'd have a little boy. No, shush. That's not how we spell mistletoe, but I know where you're going. Is mistletoe banned in your court? It is a parasite. Parasitic on apple trees, if I remember correctly. I got the word movie from Farmer. I don't know why. It must be to correct this. I love Die Hard and Bruce Willis. Well, no snow at Nakatomi. It was in Los Angeles. He was at wife's Christmas party, and it released in July. So I think he might be right, but people love it as Christmas. Was there no snow in the first one? I thought there was. Second one at the airport was all snow. I mean, that's the entire premise of the film. That the airport was closed because snow. Well, that and terrorists. No snow in the first one. Don't know. I haven't watched. I need to watch it. You see, this is why I need to watch it. I don't care what Brucci says, and we call him Brucci in our house back home. Yeah, he says it's not a Christmas film, but doesn't it end with? It has the music, doesn't it? The weather outside is frightful. The fire is so delightful. Let it snow, let it snow, let it snow. That's not just the second one. That's the first one as well. No, sure it is. Give me a couple of days. I'll have it watched. I'll have a fucking up-to-date interpretation. If the bishop has a wife, Church of England, yeah, mistletoe ban. How did I not see these before? Now, I'm just going to scroll back a couple more. There's Farmer saying, pound smash, poke, prod, da. George Harrison died of brain tumour. Yeah, but it was within about a year or so of being stabbed about 18 times. So his immune system was going to be busy elsewhere, wasn't it? You see, your immune system can fight cancer to a degree. But if you then put another mother load of shit on top, it gets distracted from fighting the cancer, and it runs amok, and you die. Still like George Carlin, the conductor, and definitely Rufus. What we're talking about. Rufus makes me think of Keanu. What was that one? Wild Stallions. Party on, dude, and be good to one another. What was that called? Somebody and Somebody. What's it called? I don't. George Carlin's an American comedian. I don't really know. I don't know him. Bill and Ted. Something and something. That was Bill and Ted. Is that what I'm thinking of? Or am I off on a tangent that you didn't intend? There was Tom Tombstone. Definitely happy, quiet, young to you too. Oh yeah, I'm back. I'm moving forward again now. Whoa. Yeah, look. Can said Bill and Ted. You said it before me, but I didn't see it, so I did get there on my own independently. But thank you for the confirmation. Reaching time for an old git, menage a trois. There was Oscar leaving. I saw that. What's your handle? Super Enriched, isn't it? That's Oscar in Nottinghamshire. If an alien spaceship landed, would you jump on board or refuse the lift? I'd jump on board and get my brains eaten out, probably. What's the Twilight Zone episode? To Serve Mankind. It was a cookbook. How to Serve Mankind. It's clever. I've got somewhere, probably on this hard drive. Where's my hard drive's over there, at the end of the bed, in an envelope, in a poo bag, a doggy poo bag. Yeah, I've got all the original Twilight Zones. Maybe missing one or two, but I've got most of them. It might have started snowing at the very end, but they're in Los Angeles, yeah, so that's California, and very warm generally. Bill and Ted, it was. Rufus, Bill and Ted, yeah. Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure. What was the second one called? Oh, was that the second one? Because they brought Socrates, didn't they? They had Napoleon, Socrates, Joan of Arc. Napoleon, Socrates, Joan of Arc, Socrates. Somebody musical. Beethoven, maybe? Playing on the electric, on the synthesizers. I'm gonna go with Beethoven. I think Mozart was a little bit too mechanical. Have we got that the right way around? Mozart was the harpsichord, and he was very... what's the word? If I say mechanical, that does him a disservice, but the whole Baroque period. Baroque is just Portuguese for broken, I think. Who was the other one? Beethoven, Mozart, and the other one begins with an M. No, Bach, Beethoven. I can't remember the right order. I might have something wrong there, because I'm not. Music's not my thing. Beethoven, he was deaf. He went deaf when he was 7 or 8, didn't he? What's the one he wrote? Did he write Happy Birthday? Well, the tune that became Happy Birthday. Or was it Bar Bar Black Sheep? He wrote one of those simple ones where a lot of the notes are the same. I think it's a tune to Happy Birthday. Dexterity, right-handedness. Baroque is broke. Low. I think it is. I think that's what that whole period was described. Yeah. The pianoforte, as it was called, didn't. It came in somewhere at the end of that period. Prior to that, the harpsichord was a harp literally laid on its side. The shape of a grand piano is a harp laid out, and then these little hammers. Well, it wasn't hammers. I think it was plucked. I think the keys plucked at the strings originally. And then the pianoforte, which means hard, soft, or loud, quiet. Something like that. That was the little felt hammers dropping on the strings. But same idea, it's still the same harp being held horizontally. Three blind mice. Could be. Three blind mice. Three blind mice. See how they run. See how they run. They all run after the farmer's wife. She cut off the tails with a carving knife. Three blind mice. I don't think that was one of those guys. I'm going to go with Happy Birthday as the one that I think Beethoven came up with when he was young. When he's a precocious little fucker. Dexterity. Dexterity means right-handedness. Sinister and Dexter. Although that might be reversed for you because YouTube. There's not even an option in the settings to reverse it. Can you believe that? There's not. So this is my right hand. But it won't be my right hand when you're watching it, I don't think. That'll look like my left. I think if I switch the camera to go the other way, I think you see it the right way round. So part of the video will be the right way round and part of it's fucking reversed. Is that someone? Hold on, what did that say? Oh, okay. That's my my monthly subscription, my monthly phone bill. Sinistra destra. Slightly different spelling. You may be coming at this from your Italian angle. Although Latin, sinister and dexter with an X. Modern Italian versus Latin, maybe. Let me check. Where am I for power? 47 and charging, and over here I'm. Oh, it's cold. It's cold. So I'm in the 80s. This will give me 8 hours on what it's on. The 40 odd here would only give me 2.5. Left and right, Roman time. Thought, left hand evil, so sinister. Yeah. Even though it's like, isn't it like 10% of people? It's 10%. You write off 10% of the population as being sinister. I haven't tested this yet. I hope this is still hot. It's been nearly 3 hours since I made this. Oh, it's not as hot as I would have liked. I wonder why. It used to insulate a lot better. 3 hours would have been nothing to this when I first got it. I would have burnt my mouth. Look at this. I've just paid my monthly bill and it says, do you need saldo? Do you need, what would you translate saldo as? Credit. Do you need to put money on your phone? 30 seconds after I've just paid the fucking bill for the month. Well, it went through automatically. Why do they do that shit? Hey, you've paid. Would you like to pay more? No. Why would I? What are you talking about? What the fuck kind of shit system is that? You've just paid. Do you want to pay more? No. Oh, get this, folks. For the first time ever, so the amount, it used to be that at the end of the month, that was it. Anything you unused used to go away. And then they started crediting you with like a rollover. What you didn't, you had a certain fixed amount. If you had 100 gigabytes, look at me, old guy talking about megabytes. If you had 100 gigabytes left, you could roll 50 of them over to the next month. And over time, they've expanded it and expanded it. I've just gone through an entire month, and all I used was the rollover. I got an entire month of unused credit, untouched. An entire fucking month, untouched. I need a new app. I've got a search app. If I know what I'm looking for, I've got an app that will search for files, and then I've got Flood, which is like a downloader. What I haven't got is something where I can browse what's available. I have to find anything. I have to know what I want and type in words, and then it will give me a list of things to pick from. I want something to just show me what's out there. And in Spain, it's getting more and more difficult to access Pirate Bay. They're all blocked, and most of the mirrors are blocked, even if you're using a VPN. Which I don't, generally. 6-hour stint tonight, ? If you guys keep me talking, I'll keep going. I'd like to see above 10 people here. Right, we're down to 9. Once we drop below 10, I start thinking maybe I'll have to go soon. But if we got somewhere between 10 and 15 people, I'll keep going. It's up to you guys. I need topics, I need conversation. If I dry up, if I run out of crap to talk about, then we'll drop it. But yeah, 2.5. I'm showing 2:27, but we had a fairly big outage for a little while there. I was gone for about a minute. Necesitas saldo. You need saldo. You need credit. No. Okay, there's Anthony answering my question earlier about when he's coming out. I won't read that out in public. Okay, those are just other private messages. I'm not going to read those out. Okay, I'm back. 2.5 right now. Yeah, it is. 2:27, 35, 36. I'm showing, but it's probably more. I think I was 5 minutes late getting going. So yeah, it's not too far off. When we started, I was outside boiling the kettle, boiling the water. Not a kettle, it's a pan. And I had to take care of the doggy and give her some food and water and things. Right things to do, folks. Out in the cold, the water took longer to boil than I expected, or than I'm used. I don't normally cook or boil first thing in the morning or last thing at night. I always give it a couple of hours after the sun comes up. Gas bottles can be funny in the cold. They splutter, and is splutter a word? Splutter. Oh, now I need to know. Sorry, my curiosity's got me. I think splutter. It spits and splutters. It sends out little balls of burning gas and hold on. I need to know if splutter is a word, or did I just invent it? Splutter meaning. Here we go. Make a series of short, explosive spitting or choking sounds. Yeah. So yeah, when a gas bottle is cold, I'm not sure. It's a mixture. It's a propane-butane mix. But one of those two gases doesn't do well in the cold. Anything 10 degrees or below, it gets. One of them just doesn't work below freezing. But it doesn't get that cold here. Love IR community guidelines, boundaries law. IR. Is that your? Are you going with your? I'm not sure where you are there, Keith. I think it's a typo. Community guidelines, boundaries law. We'll send a link to Starma for you. Starma. UK Prime Minister? Or Star Map? What Starma? Two-tier queer. He's a Starmer, isn't he? Can you say two-tier queer? The guy had rent boys trying to burn down his old houses or flats and his old car, even though he didn't own them anymore. Why did those foreign rent boys try to burn down your properties? His wife's a beard. Are we all familiar with kind of gay slang or slang about gays? A beard. It's an affectation that tries to make you look more manly. If you're gay, you get married to some woman, usually a lesbian, but you can present her to the family and in public. If you're a politician, you don't want to be known for being gay usually. You lose votes. So you get yourself a lesbian wife, and you get to hold hands and appear and kiss in front of cameras, and it's a beard. It displays, it makes you look more hetero, more manly. And there's a lot of suggestions that Tutia Queer Starmer is a queer. I couldn't possibly comment. No more comments. You're going quiet on me, guys. Did I say something wrong? Did I offend somebody? Is that 15 or 13 on the thumbs? I think it says 13. 15 people. Oh. All right to talk to. I got you, Mike. Gay means happy. It did until the 1970s. Man About the House was the turning point. Richard O'Sullivan. Teresa, what was she called? Was Teresa the blonde? And then there was the dark-haired one. I used to know their names. Robin's Nest, if you remember Robin's Nest. The same characters moved on. George and Mildred was a spin-off. And in America, Three's Company was the American version of Three's Company was, that was not Robin's Nest, that was the Man About the House. And then there was a spin-off there. What was the spin-off called? It was a George and Mildred in the UK. Three's Company. Then you had the guy who went on to be the priest in the Waltons. What was he called? Oh, I'm trying to remember American TV that I first watched in the 90s. The guy was the priest in Little House on the Prairie. Can't remember. Gay means happy, cough, cough. Don't say cough, you'll start me off. I think I've avoided that so far, haven't I? I don't think I've coughed much, if at all, tonight. But now that you've said cough, cough, I'm going to end up coughing, aren't I? Because that's human nature. In the same way that yawns are, see, I've said yawns and I'm a psychosomatic, folks. These things are fucking... Nah. I'm drinking cold coffee now. Well, it's not cold, but it's not hot. Tepid, I guess, is the right word. See, not all of my fancy words are big, long words. Tepid's a good word. That was a good big glug. I did well there. Glug, that's a good word. Onomatopoeic. Now there's a big posh word. Onomatopoeic. Where the word sounds like the sound that you're trying to convey. So gulp, click, splash, splish, splash, splosh. Those all sound like the thing that you're trying to describe. Onomatopoeic. A good word. That lamp is watching you. I think it is, mate. I think it is. Have I got it turned up full? How's the exposure for you? It's okay, yeah? It's not too bright. I could knock it down a notch to there and have a bit more flesh tone. Oh no, man. Hold on, that's enough. You got to be careful with some of these honor words. They mean masturbate, don't they? Honorism? Onomatopoeia is what I was talking about. Frigid. Okay, no, my coffee wasn't frigid. It's not that cold. It was just tepid. But yeah, it's all right, Mike. You're talking about the colour. I knocked it down one. We're on the middle. I knocked it up to full because the lamp faded when it wasn't plugged in. But if I make sure, oh, I've got to be careful. The light is balanced on one can of beer. Shortly, it will be balanced on an empty can of beer, if I remember not to crush the beer can. Then it'll be fine. At the minute, it's got a solid base under it, a weighty 440 mil. No, it's 330. We're in Spain. In the UK, 440. I think that's a pound, isn't it? 440 grams is about a pound. This is 3/4, 330 mil. Assuming that beer is the same weight as water, and given that 95% of it is water and only 5% is alcohol, there's a little bit of sugar as well that didn't get converted in brewing. But yeah, that would be approximately correct. 3/4 of a pound. For those of you that speak Yank, Imperial. I don't know, have we got any Yanks here? Is there any Americans in the house? Farm has a Canuck as far as I remember. 420 is a pull. What's a puff? A pull, a drag, a herbalicious extract. 420. It is. 440 is a pound. Ish. I don't remember the exact. Have I run out of things to say? Sneeze says a sign of nature. When did you get U3D on the end? Has that been there all night? I didn't notice it. You know, you can edit these things, folks. We covered this on Friday night. You go into YouTube. Bottom right is a thing that says you. It's your icon, your picture. You click there. You go to the top and you click my channel or view channel, and halfway down the first screen is a pen or a pencil, and you click that and you can edit your two names, the long name and the short name, and you can remove the hyphen and any random numbers that you don't want, because they've been thrown upon you when you probably didn't even notice this setting. You gave it a name way back and it filled in the rest automatically without even showing it to you. And now they've started using that where it was hidden. Now that's what they're showing in chat. You can edit it. So, sign of nature, Keith, you can get rid of that hyphen U3D. A Canuck, take off eh? You are a Canuck, aren't you? Or are you a Yank that just lives in Canada? I thought you're Canadian but spent time in America. If I've got it the right way around. Who's the other one? Frank Nadoberty. He's right at the top end of America. He's right at the far end of. Is he in New Hampshire or the other one? The one next to it. Runs right up to the border on the east coast. Is he Vermont or New Hampshire? I can't remember which way round they are. But that's Mr. Nadoberty. Don't think I've seen him tonight. Man of the land, not sea. Here we go with your maritime law. Free man of the land. Yeah. Hey babe, is that you? That's your head. I thought you were under. You're not even covered. You've sneaked out. Hold on, what can I do for you? Hey babe, you're cold. I don't like my girl being cold. What can I do? Hold on a bit. I'm gonna leave your head out. Don't worry. I'm gonna leave you out of the bed, but I've got to cover you up. I've got to cover the rest of you, if not your head. Daddy looks after his girl. Daddy always tries to look after his girl, even when he fails, he tries. There's my blanket. There's my blanket. So I'll get that first layer right. Then the rest can follow. And then I check on my girl and I haven't covered her head. I have covered your head by accident. I didn't mean to. I want to cover your body bit, okay? There we go. There she is. Canadian, that was for the Canuck. Yeah. Yeah, Canadian. I thought you were Canadian. Sometimes I have difficulty remembering where people are. I thought that once upon a time, I thought that Oscar was in Mablethorpe. I had the details of two people mixed up. There's Karen. Karen says, good night, everyone. Good night, Tina and everyone. Good night, Karen. Where are we? We're at the end of the weekend, aren't we? We're about to start a new week. We're on Monday morning now. Where I am. Not all of you. It's not Monday yet for everybody. I'm about 50 minutes in. I'm 50. 12:50, 2:42. I was 5 minutes behind starting, and I've lost another 3 or 4 minutes along the way. Really? 3 minutes. I've dropped 3 minutes with outages. I know I had one long outage, which was about, I thought it was 30 seconds or so. Oh, I'm hiccuping and burping at the same time. Apologies. That's a surprise to me that I've lost that much time. Buena noche, Karen. Yeah, we would say buena noche in Espanol. Noche. Yeah. Let me try and... Can I sit up without getting too cold? And without losing too much? I'm going to have to go to the loo again shortly, guys. 61%. We're okay for power. We're not going to run out of power doing this tonight. Unless I take the EcoFlow over there and start powering the fridge freezer thing up. Because... Oh, I've got 3/4 of a can of beer here. I'm okay. I got beer. I got a tepid coffee, which I'm going to finish off just to get rid of, to be honest. It's not going to get more pleasant as it gets colder, is it? I'll get this out of the way. And then for my two-handed drinking, I'll pour myself a vodka and caramel. Whoops. I gulped down a load of air with that. That wasn't cool. Where can I put this? On the chopping board up there. Okay. That's that. Now for the two-handed drinking. Like I said, I've got over half a can of that. But can I get that? Oh fuck. Okay. Didn't see that coming, did you? Farmer. Fuck. Hold on. I got to move that over there. I got to pick that up from there. That was on a can of beer. Where's the... Okay, the can of beer's over there. Give me a second, folks. I'll be right back with you. Maybe... Oh, okay, that fell over, but it's empty, so that doesn't matter. We got the light. This is going to look fucking great on the playback, isn't it? It was all so obvious. You're plugged in still, that's okay. Where's the cable gone that goes in the light? You need to move over there out the way. Let that go more. You're being pulled by the cable. Balance is off. That shouldn't be rocking. Why is that rocking? There's nothing under it. It should be stable. This, on the other hand, this is the cable that goes there in the light. Where there. Okay, I got that. Sorry folks, I'm just rebuilding. This I was about to put, the thing I was reaching for was the vodka and caramel. It's about 2/3 empty. There's only about 1/3 of it left. Muffled. Still, what now? Hold on. It shouldn't be. Nothing's changed now that I've picked it up. 1, 1,000, 2, 1,000, 3, 1,000, 4, 1,000. A 4 count. That. Give us an update, folks. It was muffled when it fell. Is it still muffled now? Shouldn't be. Where can I put that? Okay. I got the. Hold on. The lamp. Yeah. Mr. S. Hello, Mr. S. Ahoy. Seaweed. Okay, there's Keith. Sui juris. God, you love your Latin, don't you? Juris is law or jurisprudence. It's a study of law. Sui juris jus natural. That's natural. Jus in rem. Isn't it? Now, I've poured a vodka caramel in here. Now I'm just going to pour some vodka in to water it down. Vodka caramel plus vodka. Just for the burn, folks. Just for the burn. When I'm next over there, I am... What am I? I'm between 1/3 and 1/2 through this particular bottle. Because... alcohol. It was my birthday weekend. Next time I'm over there, which is going to be in about 5 minutes, I'm going to have to go for a slash soon. How are we for audio? I got people saying, was it Mr. S saying I'm muffled? I had just dropped the phone, but if it's muffled, I can blow into the microphone and see how it goes. Talk to me. Mr. S is here. Mr. S and Farmer. Yeah. It always feels like someone's watching me. I got no privacy. Yeah, the lamp. It's always the lamp. You got to watch this fucking lamp. That was me though. I was trying to reach over it and down to where the vodka caramel. Oh, it's lovely. So Moorish. Oh, I think it's part of the reason I fell asleep last night. I missed Clive altogether. I woke up with there was 2 minutes of Clive left. Scruff was about to start. I woke up thinking it was the next morning. It was fucking 11:30 at night. And I thought it was, tomorrow morning. Oh, the burn. You got to love the burn on the caramel. Or caramel if you're American. Oh yeah, Mr. S, how is your dad? Yeah. Hope everything's okay. Well, how is it now? Does it sound muffled now? The last 3 or 4 have always sounded a little bit like I'm underwater. I think I've broken a microphone. Poking around and prodding around. I think I've broken the membrane. Microphones and speakers are basically the same thing in reverse. One puts the power in to vibrate the cup, and one takes your voice, vibrates the cup and turns it into power. But I've been prodding and poking to make them work. Mic might be broken. Yeah, I think so. I'll have a look at getting an external microphone. Although that'll make charging difficult. And I'm not sure how the YouTube app works. The YouTube Android app. I don't know. The lamp broke the lamp. The lamp might have broke the microphone. Yeah, I suspect something could be wrong with the mic. Yeah, I got you, fam. I got you. It's all possible. All things are possible. I haven't played Fridays back yet. I don't know how that was bad video because I did that on the tablet. Everyone said the audio was good, but the video was shit. Now I've probably got good video but bad audio. Is this why I've only got 14 thumbs up? Because it sounds bad. You can get a splitter so you can use an audio device and charge at the same time. Can you get such a thing? I don't know if I could get such a thing at the Chino Bazaar here. Joking, Mike. Sound is fine. Okay. Tell it to Mr. S. The splitters are cheap from China. What would I be looking for? What name? I could maybe order from Temu or Alibaba or whatever. Is it called AliExpress nowadays, isn't it? It used to be Alibaba back in the... Wasn't he one of the 40 thieves? That was Aladdin. Was it Aladdin? Is that the same story? Or a related? 1001 Nights from Scheherazade or Shahara... The Arabian Nights or Arabian Tales or whatever that was called. Possibly. I'm off on one. I don't... I'm pulling ideas out of my fucking head. Less than a fiver. Less than €5. Temu and AliExpress sell them. What would it be called? Is it just a USB splitter? But that allows power in on one side and audio and shit on the other. Like a hub. Like a USB hub used to be. Did they do both? Apparently, the original USB spec, you're supposed to be able to daisy chain like 127 devices to one USB port. Each bus, USB stands for Universal Serial Bus, if I remember correctly. Back when we got rid of parallel ports and went all serial. Universal Serial Bus. You're supposed to be, according, everybody, all the specs are to fuck. Nobody follows the actual specs. That's part of the problem. But each USB port should be able to support 127 devices. I'd love to see someone try. With splitters and daisy chaining and all the fucking rest. They can't even agree on the correct cable just for fucking powering shit. How many USB A to C cables follow the proper fucking protocols? 0, I think. All rights reserved, without prejudice, without recourse, non-assumpsit? Is that a real word? Very similar to a hub, okay. I got a crick in my neck. Have we got... Okay. Since Friday, have we got any topics to talk about? How's your life been? Who's had anything happen? Anything out of the ordinary? Anything different? Bad weather? Really cold nights? Really warm nights? Who, how, what, when, where, why? Talk to Uncle Delta Mike. Uncle Mike or Uncle Delta if you prefer. 9 people here, 17 thumbs. Let's get to 20, folks. Come on. 20 is the threshold that supposedly brings more people in. I can look up some examples if you like. You probably can't post links. I don't think links are allowed, but you could email me, or you could just give me some words to search for and tell me what sites you're searching for them on. Oh, that is nice. So, folks, that's the caramel vodka. But I've only put... So I tipped the bottle up and it's got one of those... It's not a measure, but it slows it down. I only did a 4 count of that, and then I poured a couple of capfuls of actual vodka in. But it doesn't diminish the caramel taste. the caramel taste continues, even though I've watered down the caramel flavour by adding vodka. If you can water something down by adding vodka, you can. The Russian for water is voda. Voda, water. The K means little. Vodka means little water in Russian. So you can water something down by adding vodka, technically. Vodka, caramel, and an ink of law. Ink of law. That's got to be a typo somewhere there. A ink of law. My AliExpress is in Dutch, so search words might not work. Okay, I can get that. Pound smash. Yeah, we're trying to get to 20 likes, folks. If you're here and you haven't, well, if you're here and you haven't said hello, come and say hello in chat. You're more than welcome. If you're new here, let me do my little spiel. If you're new here and you don't know what it's about me. Hi. I almost said my real name there. I don't use my real name on here. Delta Mike is a character. He's not a character. It's a pseudonym, I guess, is a better... It's a nom de plume. A pen name. Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, like I said, that's me. Down and out. Homeless. A tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some would say a bum. Someone who lives rough on the street, or in my case, in a field. And for the last few years in a tent, different tents. They don't last more than 6 or 8 months, typically. And this is getting there. We're up there. At the beginning of winter, my tent is probably coming to an end. I've already got my next one though, so there's no big push to raise cash for the next one. I've already got it, paid for it, had it delivered. It's in the storage room at the other end of the tent. Anyway, Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain. The words literally mean old tower. Torre is tower. Vieja is old tower. There used to be a tower, demolished. The whole city was flattened in 1824 or 27 by an earthquake. But here I am. My bank decided that I'm not me, and therefore I cannot have access to my rainy day fund, which is thousands of pounds. 3, 4, 5,000 pounds, I think. There was 7 initially, but there were fees and things taken out. I never took any money out of that account, so basically it should be 7,000 minus whatever the fees were for the bank account. My bank say I'm not me, and in order to protect me and my money, they won't let me have my money. Thank you, Santander. Spanish name. But the British company has been hived off into its own entity. And in order to get my money, I have to prove that I'm me by walking into a branch in the UK. I'm in Spain with no money. Disabled dog, blah blah. It cost 500, 600, 700 euros to get my dog back home. Cost me 30 or 40 on the flight. But I've got a bit of a legal issue ongoing, and here I am, approaching my 4th Christmas in this field. 3 years, 3 months, something like that in this field. No. 3 years, 3 or 4 months since being homeless. The first 2 I was in a different field. I've got to keep it correct. Try not to misspeak and be called a liar. Did we go backwards? I'm seeing 17 likes. I thought we had more than that before. D Mike, Delta Mike, yeah, DM. That is my true initials. It is, for anyone wondering, it's not, I'm not lying, I'm not playing a character. I do say that, but it's my initials. NATO phonetic alphabet, Delta Mike, DM. Those are my initials. If you speak to me in emails, if you send PayPal donations, I will almost always, sometimes forget, I will almost always give my real name as the sign off in the email. So you get my first name and you get the initial, which you already know is M, DM. But you get my name. But I don't allow that in chat. My real name is the one word that will get your message sent to the phantom zone. It will disappear. You don't get banned or blocked. The message gets blocked. That is all. But yeah, I got family back in the UK. I don't want to be embarrassing anybody or being a millstone around anybody's neck. It's just a thing. David Anderson. What am I missing? Hold on. Give me a second. Are we talking about a different day? I'm not recognizing. Where am I looking? Hold on. I got a thing here and I press there. The thing pops up here. I push a button there. I type some numbers here. And I'm more lost now than I was before. How unusual. I think I'm missing something. What am I missing? Am I going dumb? Am I understanding correctly? You have a Christmas tree. Yeah, it's on a slope at the minute. I had to move it. It got knocked off the top of my fridge freezer box because the wind was blowing the side of the tent in and it was knocking the tree over. Give me a second. If I can bring up the EcoFlow, it only allows one device at a time, and I think it's that device it's going to connect to, not this. Oh no, here we go. I'm in. Give me a second. I'm going to turn. What am I going to turn on? I'm turning on the AC power. No? Hold on. Turn on again, you fucker. It's looking at me like did I unplug it? I didn't think I unplugged it. Oh, of course I did. I've moved it. Oh, you idiot. The EcoFlow's on the end of my bed. And the first half of the show, for the first hour, the Christmas tree was plugged into the EcoFlow. The EcoFlow's here. I've got to turn that back off. That's a high power drain. Yeah, you'd have to watch. There's a short. I released a short earlier today, about a minute and a half, of the big switch on. Yeah. Oh yeah. Sorry, you're not allowed to call it a Christmas tree in the UK anymore. You can only buy evergreen trees. You can't buy Christmas trees. We can't offend fucking Muhammad and his Abdul friends. Can you say fucking Abdul? Probably not. But I do anyway, because I won't have my speech policed. Not even by myself. David Anderson. You've lost me, mate. How long ago are you talking about? That money was just resting in my account. Sorry, Mike, couldn't resist. Have you sent a donation tonight? I haven't had a... What the fuck is that? What time is it? It's like 1 o'clock, yeah? 1:15. What are you? What was I saying? I was talking to David. That money was just resting in my account. Sorry, Mike, couldn't resist that. I'm lost, mate. I haven't got any knowledge of that which you speak. They tried to rename them winter trees. Okay. Winter trees, evergreen trees. I know. I think it was. Does Argos still exist? I saw a picture the other day, something online, and somebody saying, yeah, that they'd rename them evergreen trees rather than Christmas trees. You're having your language policed by other people, by other tribes. Fuck that shit. You try going to Saudi Arabia or Pakistan and telling them that they have to have Christmas this or Christmas that. See how you get along there. Digging deep in my ear there, folks. It was itchy. Father Ted, Christmas. I hear you're racist now. 20 watt Christmas lights. 20 watts for the whole string. That's not bad. Just have anchovies in bread. What? That's a bit fishy. Just having anchovies in bread. Anchovies. That's the most umami of the fish, isn't it? Very salty, but not that fishy in actual taste. That's why you can put anchovies into stews and things just to add that meaty flavour without being go fund them. You may have missed one of my previous messages, says Mr. S. Oh, you found the short? Is that the one that you said I missed, Mr. S? Or is there another one I'm looking back at? How far back do I have to go? I can look for examples. Male expressed in Dutch. No, I don't think we were that far. I miss all sorts of messages, mate. Do you know, sometimes I have to watch the feed. I have to watch a video back twice. I'll watch it where I keep on top of new messages as they appear. Sometimes I'm saying something and you guys provide like the answer or some context, but I'm still 15 minutes behind. And then when I get there, I've got no idea what your fucking answer was about. So if I watch it and keep at the bottom of chat, keep at the end of chat, then I get the context. But sometimes I wonder what's happening, and I watch it where I'm at when I'm watching it, what I'm responding to, and that's a quarter of an hour back. A quote from that money was resting in my account is a quote from Father Ted. Okay. Oh, I'm lost. I don't remember. I haven't watched. Maybe I'll download Father Ted. I've watched recently. Well, no, not recently. That's not the right word. In the last year, I've watched a few randomly and a lot of clips on YouTube, but I haven't watched the series through. At the class, was that a Christmas special where they're around in the women's lingerie department, and there's about 20. Ends up with about 20 priests trying to sneak out and sneak around and get out without being seen, without causing a scandal. That might have been a Christmas special. It's a fantastic series. Graham Linehan, yeah, the writer, I think. Also the IT crowd, same guy. What can I say? Maybe I won't say. because I'm a far-right Nazi. A leftist Arthur Scargill supporting far-right Nazi. Somehow. Pick the fucking bones out of that one. Because I can't. I am a racist, sexist, misogynist, transphobe, far-right Nazi who is so left-wing that he was an Arthur Scargill supporter from a mining village just outside Barnsley in South Yorkshire. Literally Arthur Scargill country. I can't pick them. The first time I knew I was a far-right Nazi, sexist, blah, 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 was when I didn't like Star Wars, the last trilogy, Daisy Ridley et al., Daisy Ridley and all. Nothing against any of them, the individual actors. It's just, Star Wars was a boy's own adventure. Following the whole, would you call it a Homer-inspired hero's journey. And they turned it on its head and turned it into a girl's story. And the girl was just the bestest ever, without any training. She came up against basically the next generation Darth Vader, and with no training she defended herself. A Sith Lord, a Sith Master, whatever the fucking word is. The bad guys, basically the bad version of Luke Skywalker, the next generation Darth Vader. Literally. Two generations, actually. Darth Vader, Luke Skywalker, Princess Leia. Darth Vader, Princess Leia, his daughter, her kid becomes a new baddie. So Darth Vader's grandson becomes the new baddie. She picks up a sword, a lightsaber, with no training, no experience, and manages to hold off this guy. And then she gets invited into the Millennium Falcon, calls it a rust bucket, and then is better at fixing it and flying it than Han Solo and Chewbacca. Do what? She's just the bestest ever. They call them a Mary Sue, where the hero, especially a female hero or heroine, is just the bestest ever with no training. The hero's journey normally starts off, don't want to get involved. Then the battle comes to you. They kill your parents or something. You have to get involved. Then you do some training. Then you make mistakes and it goes backwards. It goes bad and everybody hates you. Then there's a redemption arc where you come back. Then you have to face the biggest, baddest, worst challenge ever. And it's touch and go. And then you win. This was the original Star Wars. His uncle and aunt get slain by Imperial stormtroopers. He gets forced into the battle. He goes off to try and rescue the princess. He has training. It goes bad and he's no good. And then they're forced into a situation. And then it looks like he's going to lose. And then feel the Force, Luke. Turn the computer off and just fucking blow up the Death Star because the Force. All of that. Obi-Wan Kenobi dies, doesn't he? You got failure. You got redemption. You've got... That's the story. It's a boy's own adventure. Literally a boy's own adventure. Until the girls get involved. And the writers just thought, let's make it for a modern audience. Let's bring the girls in. Not understanding that for every 1% boost in female audience, you lose 10% of the boys' audience. If you make it about tea parties and fucking teddy bears picnics in the woods or whatever, It's no longer that boy's own adventure. So, that's how I became a far-right Nazi. Now you know. What splitter do you speak of for electricity? Spaceman, hold on. Just watching Star Wars. You see, even that, I object. Star Wars for my ass. The classic original first one. It is. When did it become called A New Hope? Star Wars 4 A New Hope. It was the first fucking film. It is simply called Star Wars. Don't mess about. Don't let other people tell you what to call it. You're letting people police your language. That is Star Wars. That's the first film. The second one, Empire Strikes Back. And the third one, Return of the Teddy Bears. Sorry. Return of the Jedi. With the fucking Ewoks. You could tell they were just looking for toys. They fucked up on the toys with the first one. They didn't know it was going to be the major success it was. They hadn't prepared any toys. You didn't have any Yodas or any spaceships. You couldn't get hold of. They couldn't make the toys fast enough by the time they knew that they had a hit on their hands. So they missed that. So for the next two, they were trying to make. They were trying to create characters that you could buy as toys. A Millennium Falcon toy, Darth Vader, lightsabers. I was running around with a lightsaber in what, 1979, 1980, whenever the hell that was. Basically a torch with a plastic tube on the end. Yeah, they missed the boat with the first one, and the next two they were just desperately trying to push toys. So the teddy bears, the Ewoks. To be honest, it was certainly the weakest of the three, but it's one of the weakest of all of them, really, I think. And then you got Jar Jar Binks and all that. No, it's not for me. The prequel trilogy, it had certain plot points it had to hit, didn't it? You had to have Matey Boy go bad, go rogue, be a baddie to become Darth Vader. So that had to be the end of it. How you got there, and the kid had been born virgin birth. There's no father. The midichlorians, or the Force, is his father. Virgin birth. I mean, where'd they get that idea from? I gotta go for a piss, folks. Give me a minute. I'll be back. Bear with. If anyone asks, I'll be back. It's a famous line. Maybe someone should put that in a film. I'll be back. Hold on, folks. I'm just trying something and I can't make it work. There we go. But then, there we go. Okay. Let me put that there. I think it was Farmer I was asking before. Was it Farm? No, it might have been Mr. S. Was asking about Christmas tree. Oh, it turns out, you know, I'd unplugged it from the EcoFlow. Oh, little lumbar support. What's that? 58%. Okay. Hello, babe. Where are you? Oh, you've got out. You're not in the bed at all. You're not in the bed. Hey, babe. I thought you were here with me. I thought we were cuddling nicely, staying warm together. Come here. Let's get you back inside the bed. Come on. You're in the gutter alongside the bed, not in the bed. Come on. This way. It's okay. I got you, babe. I got you. It's okay. Let me wrap you up, toasty keeper. Toasty keeper. Here we go. Oh, okay, you're going underground. You're going fully under again. Okay. Okay, sorry folks. Distracted. Doggy. Got to look after my girl. That's priority number one. Always me and my girl. What I wanted to show you, I think it's Mr. S. Sorry, hand in front of the camera. Give me a second. There we go, look at that. That's a sight to behold, a wonder to behold. Let me see if I can zoom in a little bit. Okay. On my Queen Anne chair. Yeah, there's coat on the right hand side, but there's the Christmas tree. Zoom out a little. Zoom out? Can you zoom out or unzoom? I don't know what the right word is. Spaceman. Lord Gilmore. 1960s letter is a good read. Being declassified now. Called gaslighting you. Don't know where we're going there, mate. I'll have a look tomorrow when I read it back. Or when I watch it back. I like all Star Wars movies and most of the spin-off series. Oh no, modern Star Wars is awful. The Solo, the returns were so low it lost money. Turns out he was called Han Solo because he was on his own, so they called him Solo. Fucking wow, what genius writing that was. Apparently the latest one, I didn't see it. What was that one called? The latest one wasn't considered too bad. Just enjoy the settings and the pretty pictures. I enjoyed the first two series of, what was it called? The Mandalorian. I mean, that was one of the greatest television moments ever. Luke Skywalker in full flow as a Jedi Master, cutting through those robots, whatever they were called. Hope he washes his hands. There's nowhere to wash hands. There's no fucking running water here. I got a bit of hand sanitizer over there for emergencies, but no, there's no washing hands here. We live with what we live with. My graded 85% remote control Sandcrawler is my favourite out of any line of toys. Graded. Oh, you've graded as in you've sent it off for valuation and remote control Sandcrawler. Okay. Yeah, it's like when you send off collector's cards to be or comics. You send them off and an expert will certify them as like there's no coffee mug stain over the corners. No one's bent the corners down. Yeah. They don't need to make money on the movies. They make money on all the crap they sell. It used to be they made most money from like the DVD sales, but now everybody downloads. Better than fiat. Okay, fiat currency and just trusting it. It's worth that much because somebody says so. Because everybody trusts the government. Let me turn that back off, folks. I haven't got enough power in the EcoFlow to leave that on forever. Down to 57%'s not bad. Let me put the camera back on the hero of the show. Yeah, no. Maybe. Can I turn on my side? Can you just let me loose? Oh, you got your nose poked into my bum. That's a bit different. Now I'm small. How do I get bigger? Have I? I think I've just zoomed in when I didn't mean to. Drawing's better than Fiat. Okay. I thought someone had posted something after that. Live chat or messages. No, let me switch to top chat and then back, just in case I missed anything. Scrolling back. You put it too close to Racket of Death. Yeah, I mean the tennis racket of death is indeed just over there. Yeah, they're about equidistant. The Christmas tree is maybe a little bit further away, but off to one side. Okay, they're asking about graded. Yeah. Hope he washes his hands, said David. No, he didn't. There is no. I do have this. This was a mixture of an alcohol, like a liquid, like an IPA, isopropyl, or what's it say here? Hydroalcohol. Oh, gel Manos. Yeah, it was a hand gel. Initially it was a gel, but I ran out of gel, so and I had a separate alcohol bottle, and then I mixed alcohol and soap to try and make it a little bit more gelatinous, make it more of a gel. Here we go. Whoever wanted to see me have hands washed, it's alcohol. It's all. My hands will now taste awful. If I accidentally end up with my hands anywhere near my mouth, it's got that bitters, you know that. Blah. Oh, here we go. Do you know why Luke Skywalker's called Luke Skywalker? I mean, Skywalker was a nickname for an astronaut, but Luke S. What's the guy called? George Lucas. There you go. Don't eat your hands. I'll try not to. George Lucas couldn't afford to pay Harrison Ford full fee, so gave him a cut of the merch. Best deal ever. For the first film, probably not that great. Like I said, they hit a real bottleneck with production. They couldn't get enough. They couldn't get enough merch made for the first one. For the second, I don't know what the deal was. I don't know whether the deal included the other films. If you watch Harrison Ford being interviewed about anything to do with Star Wars, he's a real dick about it all. He won't talk about it. He hates it. He wants to distance himself from it. In fact, he wants to distance himself from most of his early films. When they made the last Indiana Jones film, he was a total dick whenever he's been interviewed. He knew it was a shit film. He was just taking the paycheck. He was just taking the money. I mean, he's probably going to be dead within a year or two, isn't he? How old is he? He's about 90. Hold on, let me look that one up. And he's survived what? Plane crashes and car crashes and fucking all sorts. But let's have a look. How old is Harrison? There's another one. Look, Harrison's not a real fucking name. That's a surname turned into a. No. Harrison, not Garrison. Harrison Ford. 83. It was the same answer as I had for the other guy, but okay. 80. Oh no, hold on. Is that him or his wife? That's him. The questions underneath are all about his wife and children. Kill Mr. Flockhart, isn't it? Yeah, he's 83. So he's not young. He's Patrick Stewart kind of age. He's similar. Matey boy. Hold on. Whenever you mention Patrick Stewart, you've got to compare to William Shatner, don't you? Bill Shatner. So Bill Shatner was considered too old for Star Trek Next Generation type thing, so they brought in a guy that was only 10 years younger. The fuck? You're making a TV series like 30 or 40 years after the original, and you make the main character. You're bringing an actor who's only 10 years younger than the first guy. Yeah, no. Luke S, yeah, it is, was Chewbacca a skit for Chew Tobacco? I'm not sure. I don't know where they got that name from. I don't know whether it's got origins in other languages or something. That would be my best guess. My best guess was that it was based on like Portuguese or I don't know. Yeah, he did. The actor who played Chewbacca. Oh, yeah, he did. It's a couple of years ago, I think, yeah. But also the guy who played Darth Vader. Not the voice, but the actual actor. The Green Cross Code man. What was he called? See, he recorded Dave Prowse. Dave Prowse? Prowse. I think Dave. Although now I've said it, it sounds wrong. He's got this like Cornish accent or southwest of England kind of accent. And he recorded the whole thing, did the voice and the acting and everything. He's a big bloke, like 6'6" or something like that. Played Darth Vader. And nobody told him they weren't using his voice. And he went to the premiere of Star Wars. And he sat in his seat in the cinema after fucking waving at the crowd and everything. He's gone in. And he discovers at the same time as everyone else that they didn't use his voice. They'd used what's the black fella called? Can you say black fella? That sounds a bit dismissive. I didn't mean it like that. Can't remember his name though. But the dark. Fuck. Far right Nazi again. What did I tell you? Somebody will have put the name in by now. Did the black fella, the guy with the deep voice? Oh fuck! I'm gonna have to Darth Vader's voice actor. But Dave Prowse, the actual actor that acted the part and that walked the way he did. Dave Prowse. Hold on. Let me see how long ago he died. I thought actor. Yeah, he was a bodybuilder back in the day. That's him. Big bloke. Died in 2020. Oh, the day before my birthday, 28 November 2020. So it's 5 years ago. But let me. Oh God, I do know it. The Darth Vader voice. Come on. Darth Vader voice actor. That's not how you spell voice. James Earl Jones, I knew that. He was Unas in Stargate as well, wasn't he? Unas, the original Unas. I just have a bad memory, folks. It's all in there. I just don't join the dots and get there quick enough nowadays. James Earl Jones, yeah. Farmhouse tried to give me a hint. I already got that. Well, maybe I didn't get there when you typed it, but I got there before I saw it. But only by cheating, only by looking it up. Yeah, deep voice, very deep voice. But imagine being the guy who's worn the outfit and the mask and all that breathing shit. Imagine doing all that, doing the actual acting and walking in a menacing manner and doing all that, putting your heart and soul into a role And nobody says, hey mate, no, we're not going to use your voice. We're going to overdub and use this other bloke. And the first you know of it, you're sat in the pictures. You're sat in the cinema, in the theatre, what Americans would call the theatre. We don't call it that in Britain. But you're sat there at the premiere. You sat with your fellow actors and actresses and the director and producers. You sat with these people all around you. And that's when you discover that half of your work's just been thrown away. Even James Earl Jones was embarrassed by that fact. I think he was uncredited in the original film for that reason. I think that's true. I read that somewhere. The actor, or the voice actor that did the voice, oh, there's a tautology. The voice actor was so embarrassed he went uncredited. That's got to say something. That's got to mean something to somebody. Folks, we're still only on 19 thumbs ups. Come on, someone gives a like. I've been going for over 3.5 hours. I mean, I'm just a tramp in a field, but you know, I have feelings. Cheers, folks. Cheers, everybody. Sorry for waving beer cans around in front of this. I forgot I'd got a beer here already under the lamp, under the light. Mr. Sharafja, thank you. Is Sharafja just, is that Dutch for giraffe? Or does it just look that way? I think you said once that they're related, or I have feelings. What's this? I don't know where this has come from. I've got like this furry elastic band thing, or elasticated band. Sorry, I have just yawned. It does make phonetic spelling of small giraffe. Okay. All right. You live and you learn. I've only been to Holland once. Sorry, Netherlands once. Holland is a region within the Netherlands, is that right? There's a Holland within Holland. We used to just call the country Holland because we were ignorant. Means lowland, maybe? Or flat land? Not sure. Strange noises outside. I think they're in the distance. I hope. There's something weird going on. There are two Hollands. We used to call the country Holland rather than Netherlands, but yeah. Free wings, free bird wings. Paul McCartney. How did I get to this conclusion? Wings. That was him. Linda McCartney. Who was the? There was a third member, wasn't there? There was a third. Dave, somebody or other, maybe. Not sure. Which one is better? Well, of the two Hollands, we used to call the country Holland, but then I saw there's a region called Holland, and there might even be another Holland within that region, or there's a county, and it's not a county and a city. I don't know what I'm talking about. It's another country. I know nothing. I'm just showing my ignorance. Okay, folks. We're on 3:42 according to my clock. 2 provinces, okay. Right, that's not okay. Whoa, rotate. I accidentally clicked. I was scrolling through the notifications and I accidentally caught the screen and clicked on the BBC for some fucking daft reason. North and South, 2 provinces, North and South, okay. Where am I for power? And why is there a green symbol in the top corner? What does that mean? The camera and a microphone in green. Can you hear me okay? Can you see me? Can you hear me? I've got a symbol that I've never seen before. I don't know what that means. Okay, power-wise I'm on 67%, so I'm okay. It isn't plugged in. I unplugged it, I think, to show you the Christmas tree. Give me a second. Oops, hand in front of the camera again. You see what a professional I am, folks. Have I got it upside down? No? This time I caught the power button and turned the phone off. I do apologise, folks. I'm like some kind of fucking klutzy retard. There's a great YouTube movie by CGP Grey on the Netherlands. When I watch this back tomorrow, I'll make a note of that and maybe go and look it up. That means they're on active. Yeah, but I've never seen those symbols before. The fact that they're not listed on the right with a line through should just mean that they're active. Why do I need a separate icon suddenly? You're visible and audible. Well, thank you. That's what I needed to know. Why is the EcoFlow lit up? Do you know, I was telling someone this the other day, folks. I paid about €250 for this EcoFlow River 2. 250 watt hours, so a quarter of a kilowatt hour of stored power. 18 months later, the same money will get you either a 500 watt hour, so half a kilowatt hour, or if you go for a different brand, a budget brand, you can get a full kilowatt hour of storage, 4 times as much power storage for the same price. The field is developing so quickly. The same money gets you 4 times the power storage. Audio and video are out of sync on your end. What can I say? Try dropping out and coming back in, and if that fixes it for you, that's okay. If it doesn't, I'll come out and back in. But I've just done that twice, so we should be good. It's actually remarkably good quality, and there's no lag my end. But then it's not going out over the internet for me. I'm still only seeing 19 likes, folks. One of you out there must be able to just give us a cheeky little thumbs up, a cheeky little like. Get us to the 20. F5. Okay, you're watching in a browser. F5. Don't hit Alt F4. Is it Alt F4? I think it's Alt F. Don't do that. I don't know. My recollection. It's a long time since I've used an actual browser and shift refresh and all of that to clear the cache and everything. Oh. Yeah, fixed mine. Close YouTube, then open again, then back to stream. Okay. As long as it's not my... If it was my end, I'd step out and back in. Okay, folks. 3 hours 46 it says here. Do we trust it? 3 hours 55 in real life, or 3 hours 50 at least. I've lost 3 minutes in refreshing or accidentally stepping out and back in. See the back? That's coloured. Can you say coloured? I don't know if you can say coloured. Almost 2 o'clock. have a look. Now you got me thinking. 1:56. It is indeed, yeah. 56. I'm on 47 on the counter. I was 5 minutes late. That would make it 52. I've lost 4 minutes, folks. I've lost 4 minutes. Mr. S is off to bed in a few. Fair enough. I probably am myself, mate. I might hang on until I've got 4 hours showing on the not so much on the clock, but on the counter, my end. I think hitting 4. Did I say this the other day? You hit 4 hours, and they process it. They do all of the fancy stuff with the different aspect ratios and resolutions, and what do you call it? Timing the live chat replay. All that processing and synchronizing, they do that within quarter of an hour, 20 minutes, something like that, if you hit 4 hours. Before that, you can wait 15 hours. It would be like 5 o'clock tomorrow afternoon before it was fully processed. So I'll hang on and make sure I hit 4 hours here. So I've got maybe 15 minutes to go. Excuse me. Is it getting harder being winter to charge your power unit? Most days not. Today was difficult because it's cloudy all day. And I ran out of power last night. I fucked up. I fell asleep late afternoon, early evening, like 5 or 6 o'clock. I fell asleep with the fridge freezer running, with my camping freezer, car freezer, whatever you're going to call it, mobile freezer running. And I woke up with only 13% on the EcoFlow, and with both my phone and tablet really low on power. So that was difficult. And so today I was waiting for daylight and for the sun to come up and for the sun to get on the solar panel, and it was just cloudy all fucking day. Normally not so bad. Normally by noon, by 11, somewhere between 11 o'clock and noon, I'm at 100% and I can run anything out. Everything's charged. I try and make sure that by 2 in the afternoon, that's when the shadow of the tent goes over the solar panel. I try and make sure that by 2 o'clock, 2:30, everything's tip-top. Phone's on 100, tablets on 100, EcoFlow's on 100, and I've already run the fridge freezer for an hour and get the temp. It's set for -15, the fridge freezer. It shows -15, but nothing's actually frozen at that because it's a spontaneous and instantaneous temperature. It's not a real. If I'd had it running at that temperature all day, things would be frozen, but it's not. Even then, 2 o'clock when the shadow comes over the tablet, over the solar panel, sorry, placa de solar. If I need to, I can unplug the EcoFlow, carry the EcoFlow and the solar panel to the other side of the field, and I've got another 3 hours of sun if I want it, if I need it. So today I got up to about 85, I think, by the end of the day here. I ran the fridge for a little bit, but no biggie. So generally not a problem unless I fuck up and fall asleep with the fridge freezer running. That's my main. That's the main power drain, and I keep doing it day after day after day. I put it on in the middle of the night for 1 hour, and I wake up 4 hours later. You know, it's a close balance, what's in versus out. It wouldn't be if I wasn't an idiot. It wouldn't be. Most days it's a clear win. What's in? I've got more power in than I know what to do with. But then I run the fridge freezer and fall asleep. So yeah. Mr. S is off. Catch you later, pal. Catch you later. 2 o'clock. I'm just gonna do. I've got 8 more minutes to do to get to the 4 hour mark, and then I'll probably do another minute or two just to make sure. Just in case of YouTubery shenanigans. Like I said, if I hit the 4 hour mark, then chat replay and all the resolutions, all the transcoding, whatever they do, transcoding and synchronizing live chat replay is all done within 15 minutes. Under 4 hours, I gotta wait until this afternoon. And I like to listen to stuff back the next day. Although I still haven't watched Fridays back, so when this finishes, I'll probably do that overnight. Was it 6 hours on Friday? I think it was. Oops. I don't think I'll get through the whole 6 hours before falling asleep. But wherever I fall asleep, I'll take it back to when I do wake up an hour or two late. I never sleep for more than 1 or 2 hours. There's always something to wake me up, something rustling past, or people walking past, cars driving past, noise up on the main road, dogs barking in the middle of the night. Hey Tina. I'm laying on my side, slightly kind of fetal position, legs slightly bent. She's nuzzling right in the crook of the back of my knee. Crook? Yeah, that's the right word. The crook of the back of my knee. Crook, bent. Is that why criminals are called crooks? Because they're bent? No, not that bent. Not tendon trouble. Bent as in not straight, not on the up and up. My nerves would be frayed in that tent. Good job you have Tina. She barks, but she's no good for defence anymore because her back legs don't work. I have to carry her anywhere. So a couple of months ago, when I had a 2-hour stand-up knockdown fist fight with this bloke, she wasn't any good for anything. I had to protect her rather than she protecting me. That was difficult. Fortunately, whilst the guy was a muppet and a knob and was a constant fucking trouble, every time he came at me, he lost every round of the fight. But he wasn't vindictive or vicious towards the dog. There were times he could have lashed out and kicked her, smacked her, thrown stones. He didn't. His anger was at me. So I'm thankful for that. And I kind of commend, even though he's my opponent and I hated him at the time, I kind of commend him for not being a vicious bastard. I mean, he was throwing stones and rocks. He split the roof of my tent, as well as the tarpaulin. But he could have kicked my dog. He could have smacked my dog. He could have thrown stones at my dog. And he didn't. So it sounds weird to say, but fair play to him on that. But it was a 2-hour fucking knockdown, stand-up knockdown, fist fight with stones and rocks thrown in either direction. I had him on the ground within the first 5 minutes. I could have fucking put him to sleep. I had my arm around his neck. With hindsight, I could have finished him. It wouldn't even have to be just a choke out. It wouldn't have to be just put him to sleep. I could have permanently. I could have. I didn't. And for my trouble, I got 2 hours more of trouble. I phoned the police and they've still never turned up. It's only been 2 months that I've been waiting for them to fucking turn up. Emergency number, 112, twice, never turned up. He was here, arguing with me and throwing stones while I'm on the phone with them. They still never turned up. I could have finished him in self-defense. 2 hours I put up with this shit. He'd lose the fight and he'd walk away either that direction or that direction. 5 or 10 minutes later, he'd come back and start again with his tracksuit top full of stones, and then he'd kind of wang. He'd keep hold of it and fling it, and all the stones would come at me, and I'd throw stones at him. Then I'd smack him. Then I'd put him on the floor. Then he ran through the field and he threw my pans at me, which were waiting to be washed. They were full of water, rinsing to be washed. He threw the pans. Those pans have never turned up. Those pans are lost. They're gone. I don't know how. But I chased him and I put him on the deck up the field and kicked shit out of him up the field. And he cut his hands to bits and bled all over everywhere. And then he came back again and left blood everywhere. I did a video the next day and I got fucking, I didn't know, but I got his blood on my cheeks. I'm just doing a fucking video. It's only when I watch it back and I'm piecing it together and I've got his blood all over my trousers, all over my arms and on my face. But he didn't kick my dog or throw stones at my dog. So I guess I'm grateful for that. I guess so. But yeah, being in a tent, you've got the flimsiest bit of fabric between you and the outside world. It's compared to being in an apartment or a house. It's so loud. Every cars 100 meters away, up on the top, up above the end of the field, up on the main road. It's a bit of a lover's lane at times. People come. It's a single track. I mean, it's a track. It's not even a road down the side here. Cars come down, and they reach halfway down, and they stop, and then they'll have a fuck or whatever they're doing in the car. But they're parked outside my fucking front door. You know what I mean? They're there. Kids come and throw stones. Let's pick on the tramp. All of the above, there's all of that. On the flip side, there's some very generous people. The lady last week that brought me the big serving platter, the big oval plate with 3 or 4 chunks of, 3 or 4 big, like when you get a chicken leg, but it's got half the breast attached to it. It's. I think I had all 4 quarters of a chicken on the plate with couscous and other veg on it and a bit of a liquidy stew broth, whatever you want to call it. 2 ladies that were leaving the country, they brought me some food one day, and then the week after, one of the ladies came back. She was leaving the country that day, I think, and she brought me like the remnants from her cupboards and fridge. Then I've got people that I've met along the way, like Karen. My friend Karen, who whenever she's over here brings me, she says it's the remnants out of her cupboard, but I think she goes shopping for me. She brings me whole unopened packs of cheese and ham, and there'll be a few bits there that are opened and that they've had some of, but it's The bottle of vodka that was attached to a carton of cigarettes when they bought that. And then as a present, well, that's got not a lot in it anymore. That's the vodka with caramel. There's only about a quarter or a fifth of that bottle left now. That's why I water it down with the vodka. It's vodka and caramel, and then I add vodka because I need to stretch it out and make it last longer. So you get this. That's vodka caramel with 2 vodkas added. Oh, look at the mixture, folks. If you get a chance, Sharuska. Vodka caramel liqueur, 25% by volume. So even when watered down with the caramel, it's still 25%. That's not bad. Okay, we're coming up on 4 hours 2 minutes according to the timer here. So by 4:03 on my timer, within the next minute, folks, I'm probably going to end it. Let me just check that I'm not missing. This is what success looks like when system crashes. Barterability, community sourcing locally. I'd be a failure. I've got kind of a prepper mindset, but I don't have the right skills. The skill that I have is begging without begging. When I moved into this field, I had a choice of going and hiding under trees and in the bushes and away. I came next to the path, next to the track, the road. I came here. I knew I would need help, and I made myself visible to accept help. I made myself available to be helped and make it obvious that I needed help. Because I do. I've learnt things here, and I know more now, and some knots and some ropey stuff and some... But my main skill is being on here, documenting my life as it is, and again, making myself available to be helped. Begging without saying, please help. Hence the PayPal donate link at the top of the chat. I joke about grifting, which is to grift really is to con. I mean, I'm not conning anybody. What you see is what you get, but it's putting myself out there and saying, hey, there's this guy in the field and he needs help. If you can help, and if you've got it, you see, what I don't have, I had this early on a few times. People would tell me, I've not got much, but here's what I've got. And they give it to me. It turns out they needed their money more than I did. I refunded a few people who gifted too often. Or too much. I'm at once or twice, like when I really needed a tent at one point, I had people gifting me or donating like €100. And I'm messaging them back and saying, is this a typo? Did you mean 10 and you've accidentally caught like an extra 0? Or are you know, like were you drunk last night? Or, you know, are you sure you can afford this? I'm happy to send half back or even refund the whole thing if you've changed your mind, if it's a mistake. I kept... Sorry folks, itchy nose. Yeah, I'm open to all those possibilities. I watch out for that stuff. Some people donate a little bit more frequently than I'm comfortable with, and I ask them to just slow your roll, back off a little bit. You might need that money more than I do. But at the same time, I'm aware of the precarious nature of my existence. So my main skill is being kind of eloquent and erudite, trying to appear more intelligent than I probably am, and entice donations without outright begging. I did go begging once. Someone talked me into it. I wasn't comfortable with it. Sitting outside the supermarket and just, good morning, oh, hello, good afternoon, how you doing? Not... in a foreign language as well, of course, doing it in Spanish. I don't know, folks. Is she under the covers? You're here, but is that your... Okay, that's your head. You're out. Oh yeah, I'm going to draw a line under it there, folks, I think. Unless... I'm going to have a quick look at the comments and see whether I'm behind, see what I've missed. If there was a mate in another tent, you could look out for each other. There used to be. There's a bloke called... Well, his nickname is Joby. He was here for 3 months a couple of years ago. In the February. 21 months ago, whenever that would be. At the beginning of this summer, he came back and he was here for a month again before he went off on his travels. Yeah, so there have been other... And there was a Spanish guy the other side of the trees who was okay to have around for a while, until when he left, one of my bags went missing. Yeah, I don't even remember his fucking name. It was a very Spanish name. I'd have to look back at my records or through my notes to get it, but I don't know. Mike, I need to be off, said Farmer. I need to be off as well, my friend. I'm going any minute now. Good night, Delta Mike, says Farmer. Good night, everyone. I'm going to do this now, folks. Give me a second. I'm going to leave you in the manner to which maybe you've become accustomed if you've been here a while. We did reach 4 hours and a couple of minutes, a few minutes on my counter. It says 7, but I don't know. But I'm going to do this, folks. Hold on. I got to turn the camera around, and I got to mess about with the controls to get the light on. Down here. Hey, babe. Oh, you're awake. Here's my girl. Hello, baby. I know you don't like the light. I know you don't like the light. Okay, folks, here we go. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike. Out. Later.